Salute to Knicks Nation. The streets are buzzing. Welcome in to Free Agency Day 1. CT your host, and let's get it started. As tonight, a plethora of deals are expected to get done, and the New York Knicks are expressing interest in several free agents. Let's talk about it, guys. Break all the moves down with the chat. Smash that like button. You've got the Knicks streets buzzing. And let's see what happens tonight as the Knicks look to bolster their squad. And they're expressing interest in some buyout candidates, some free agent guards, Tyus Jones, Russell Westbrook, Jordan Clarkson as well, expressing mutual interest. And of course, some breaking news come through regarding the head coach. And Mike Brown now has reportedly hit the lead in the coaching search and getting a second interview. Mike Brown, the favorite to land the Knicks head coaching job, but other candidates still may get a second interview. But let's talk about it, guys. Great to have everyone with us in the building. Johnny, Paula, Darren, Walter. Great to see y'all. Hope everyone is well. Stefan Bondi reporting Mike Brown, the first Knicks candidate to get the second round interview. That was my feeling over the last few days. I tweeted it out. I mentioned it on the live stream as well, guys. I think Mike Brown is going to get the job. Very close to William Wesley. Leon Rose obviously respected Mike Brown's body of work as well. Interviewed really well. We'll see what plays out, but I'm okay with that hire. Like I said, anyone out of Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, and let's just get this coaching hire wrapped up, right? As free agency now is alive, guys. Jordan Clarkson, I think the biggest name that the Knicks are expressing interest in right now as a free agent, because he's hit the buyout market, ladies and gentlemen, and is on the waiver wire. And the Knicks could pick him up. What a pickup that would be out of nowhere, as the Utah Jazz have bought out Jordan Clarkson, and he would add some ball handling, speed, some scoring off our bench, and I think that would be a solid pickup. Russell Westbrook, Ian Begley is reporting that the Knicks and Russell, his camp, have mutual interest. Now that has been a bit of a polarizing update in the last 15 minutes. As free agency is officially kicking off now. And it's great to have everyone with us. Nick Richards is a center that is drawing interest from several teams. The New York Knicks have expressed interest as well. He would be a cheaper acquisition, a pickup. The Knicks are also expressing interest in Luke Kennard, which is no surprise. Tyus Jones and the New York Knicks have mutual interest as well. And so that is something that, we've been hearing for a number of weeks now. And I really think he would be a great fit off the bench. We need some ball handling, obviously some experience as well. Tyler Kolek's going to get a shot, I think, in preseason to see if he can earn some minutes. But the Knicks are always looking, to get a veteran in here. Welcome back, Mets Knicks. Great to have you with us. Darren says, I honestly wouldn't mind having Russ because he does have playoff experience. Johnny says, what can Brown do for you? He's bringing that pedigree of experience. I think whether you agree or disagree, I think the biggest thing the Knicks front office are looking for is experience. They're not going to bring in Johnny Bryant now. They're not going to bring in Dawn Staley. They're going to bring in a guy that, a coach that has, been around for a long time, but obviously had success. And look, firing Thibodeau was polarizing for some, and the Knicks front office are under pressure. Hiring a first-time head coach would put them under a world of pressure. And I think, they might go with the safer option, and I think Taylor Jenkins, Mike Brown are those safer options. It's never going to be perfect. There's always, like I said before, there's always a head coach. There's always something about a head coach that a fan base doesn't like. You speak to Miami Heat fans, they'll have constructive criticism about Eric Spoelstra. You speak to Golden State Warrior fans, there'll be things about Steve Kerr that they are not a fan of. Uh, so I don't think whoever the Knicks hire is going to be polarizing. But I feel like they're headed down the right direction because, Thibodeau was just too rigid, wasn't willing to adapt and try different things. A new coach getting on the same page with the front office is paramount. You got to be aligned in lockstep, front office, coach, and they've got to share the same vision. And I think they'll be able to get more out of this squad and more out of the roster, fam. So as we go through the latest news, right? Some available top free agents in each position, man. Russell Westbrook and the New York Knicks have mutual interest. Now, that was a surprise to me. Didn't think the Knicks would look down, Russ's way, but I think, size at that position is important. I think a guy that obviously got some athleticism still, can maybe speed things up a little bit. The Knicks were playing slow, but the shooting, the age, some of the concerns from Knicks fans around the world. Not a great shooter, and obviously is turnover prone at times. But like I said, maybe for a energizer spot minutes role off our bench, I'd be okay with it for a vets minimum. I would not want to use any of the taxpayer mid-level on a Russell Westbrook, right? Veterans minimum, I mean, there's nothing really to lose about it, in my opinion. 6'5", Russell's still got a pretty quick step, can get downhill, is a fierce competitor, and someone in that locker room, I think, would add, a winning mindset, a fierce competitor. That's something that I would value, bringing into that locker room. But we've got Malcolm Brogdon, Chris Paul, Dennis Schroeder. I think he's expected to take a bag in Sacramento. Chris Paul, I think, is going to stay out west. Malcolm Brogdon, haven't heard any reports that the Knicks are interested in him. Looks like Quentin Grimes is more than likely to stay in Philly. Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to get a good bag in ATL, according to reports. I would love us to look at a Jabari Walker, who got waived by, or got made unrestricted free agent by Portland. Amir Coffey, Torian Prince, some good names to look out for. Torrey Craig, as well. Power forwards, Yabusele, Jake LaRavia. We'll see if the Knicks expressed interest in those guys. Al Horford. The Knicks have expressed interest in Al as well. Brook Lopez, a little too old for me, but it looks like he's going to go out West Coast. DeAndre Ayton has been bought out now, guys. So I don't think he would be a great fit next to Cat, but I do think he's going to land in La La Land out in LA. A lot of bigger names getting bought out, man. Awful contracts that they were on. But that is the situation, guys. Teams are capitalizing on some bad contracts getting bought out, right? And look, the Jazz couldn't find a nice trade partner for Jordan Clarkson. And I do think JC would be a really, really solid fit for us. AP, buzzer beater in the building. You guys are in sync, right? You guys are in lockstep everywhere. Russell, salute to the chat. Great to see you, Joe. Chris Gotti in the house says Jordan Clarkson would be a nice addition to the bench. Gives us necessary ball handling and scoring, and can maybe play next to Brunson at times. Yeah, I think, scoring punch, this guy can fill it up with the best of them, man. Talk about, Emmanuel Quickley, better at that role than Emmanuel Quickley was in terms of just filling it up. Another fierce competitor as well, We know he can put those dukes up and get into it. Maybe bring some moxie, some of that feistiness over to the Mecca as well. I love competitors, man. I think the Knicks could add a few more, a few dogs to that locker room, fam. Buzzer Beater says Westbrook news blew my mind. I feel like, yeah, it was surprising to me, not shocking. Um, I think the Knicks want to get a little bit faster. They want, again, another fierce competitor, another guy who just wants to leave no stone unturned to win a championship. For all the flaws that Russell Westbrook has, guys, and I emphasize all because he has a number of flaws, but he he wants to win. He wants to win real bad. You know, for everyone in this locker room right now, that's quite chill. You know, happy to play around a bit. I think we could add a few more dogs to that locker room, man. Luke Kennard, big time free agent that the Knicks have interest in, but I think he's going to get priced out of the New York Knicks range. What do y'all think? So yeah, the LeBron news was squashed earlier today in terms of so far there's no traction with LA and expressing a trade, and so we'll pump the brakes on any LeBron talk tonight. They did squash that news earlier today. Brian Windhorst on ESPN as well, some other panelists talking about that the LA Lakers are not looking down that avenue at this point in time. LeBron's camp hasn't expressed an interest in being traded yet, so it could just be a whole lot of smoke. Tay 234, what's good? Can we get Clarkson and Westbrook? Definitely. Those seem to be some hot names right now. The New York Knicks will be looking, I think, to secure an agreement tonight with someone. So Ian Begley reporting the latest. I'll bring this up right now, expressing that Russell Westbrook would listen with intent to possibly come to New York City. I know that he is interested. We'll see what shakes out because he will have plenty of suitors. Also, Jordan Clarkson has mutual interest, reporting Steve Popper of Newsday. So that's great news. We need some help off the bench. We need a knockdown shooter and a guy that can create a bucket as well, Tay. So keep an eye out. We'll continue streaming tonight, guys, and I think we'll hopefully get some good news and an agreement with a big-time free agent. Obviously, you guys know we don't have a whole lot of money to spend, so keep in mind a guy like a Jordan Clarkson on a buyout could be one of the better names that the New York Knicks could secure. And barring any trade, obviously I'm okay with that right now. It's all about the bench and strengthening that, and we can see whether or not maybe Hart goes to the bench and maybe one of the new shooters that we can hopefully bring in could take over Josh Hart's spot. You've also got a situation where we could just start with the double big lineups by default, and Josh Hart could possibly just stay, on the bench that way. What do y'all think about that? Jordan Clarkson and Russ Westbrook. I think we need to get quicker in transition, play with more pace, get the ball moving a lot quicker. I think that could be a highlight of our adjustment for this season. Very slow play with Brunson and obviously tired legs off the bench and late in games. Johnny says Westbrook is always chasing a bag. How can he get one here? He's not looking for a bag right now. He's looking for an exception or a vet minimum. So yeah, 37 years of age now, Russ. Looking for an opportunity to win, I think. Russell says, I think Westbrook's going to head out to Houston. He's got a lot of suitors right now. Had a pretty solid couple of seasons, so repairing some of the value playing next to the Joker. And I think, last year we had a guy like PJ Tucker in that locker room who's kind of a calm, chilled out dude, but he can't really play as much. Russ is going to be a feistier guy in that locker room, but he's also going to be able to give you something, I think, on the court. which is positive in my opinion on a vet's minimum. We need more ball handling. Joe, I like Shamit back if need be, 100%. I could see that. I think Landry Shamit, though, has a lot of interest according to the latest reports over the last 2 days. Landry is going to have options, maybe more than the minimum. Let's keep an eye out on that. He did play well in the playoffs, and some of these teams might pony up a biannual exception. Neymar, I can't see us trading for Giannis at the moment because he hasn't asked out. Giannis is not going to go anywhere until he officially requests a trade, and that has not happened yet. So yeah, as Darren's commenting here, Mike Brown, arguably the biggest story coming through right now. I think it means that we're getting a lot closer to locking in a head coach right now. We're talking about second interviews. We're talking about reports coming out that William Wesley is close to Mike Brown, and those guys obviously have a great relationship. William Wesley is a very high-ranking executive in the New York Knicks front office, and so here we are. I think it's dragged on quite a bit. Taylor Jenkins, Mike Brown. Let's get these second interviews wrapped up, and may the best man get the job. Now, on the big man front, Luke Cornett, reporting Mark Stein, is looking like he might get above 10 million. So it looks like Luke Cornett will be leaving Boston unless they can pony that up. So that's going to be interesting. Russell Westbrook, if he's looking for the $5 million exception, I feel like we could find a better fit, but I would be okay with Russ on a vet's minimum. Johnny asks, CT, which current bench players are Tibbs guys who are likely to be gone? I don't know if they're likely to be gone just because of Tibbs, but I definitely feel like Cam Payne won't come back. I'm quite confident to say that. I do think that Precious Achua most likely won't come back either, and I don't think PJ Tucker will come back, fam. I do think Landry, high possibility that he comes back. And I think there's somewhat of a chance that DeLon Wright could come back, although I think we are looking to upgrade, a lot of these spots off the bench. Paula says, yes, we definitely need to get faster. We're too slow bringing the ball up. Yes, Paula, I agree. Agree with you 100%. Look at the playoffs. Look at against Indiana. The speed that they were able to get the ball up in transition. And look how tired our guys looked, That's why I don't hate the Russ move, Provided we keep him in check, play him in the right situations. You don't really need to close the games with Russ, but he could definitely be more of an upgrade over Cam Payne, in my opinion, in terms of more size and getting downhill. Tay says, heck yeah, if we could get both of Jordan Clarkson and Russ, that would be great. But I don't know what that means for Deuce, though. I think it'll be fine with Deuce. Deuce is going to play a lot of off-ball, play in the 2 spot, maybe in the 3 spot. Reports come out that the New York Knicks see Deuce McBride as a guy who is more of an off-ball wing right now. We all know that Deuce ain't the best ball handler as well. Anthony Clark says Westbrook signed with the Knicks. It's a great possibility. Strong mutual interest now, which is interesting. Now, I would have thought that he would like to stay out west, and stay with with the Joker, who's kind of helped him, get his career on the right track. But the Knicks are in a sexy position now. We're in a sexy destination. We're winning now. Like I said, guys, over the last few weeks, I think the New York Knicks are primed to land a couple of bigger name vet minimum guys. Now they're not obviously going to be massive signings because they're vet minimums, but they're going to be bigger names. Bigger names than your Cameron Paynes, than your DeLon Wrights, Precious Achuas, Landry Shamits. Like I said, it might be Jordan Clarkson, and it might be a guy like an Al Horford, might be a guy like a Russ. Those guys have experience, they've got pedigree. What's up, Mets Knicks fan? Let's go. I think we would. I think we should go for Jenkins. Brown is not a good defensive coach. I don't, I don't know the full X's and O's over either of the guys, but I do think that Mike Brown has experience that the Knicks front office, I feel more comfortable with. But they do like Taylor Jenkins as well. So there's a great chance Taylor Jenkins could still get the job. But according to reports, Mike Brown is leading now. Mike Brown is the leader in the clubhouse. As Paula mentions here, he does have a strong relationship with William Wesley, but I don't think that's going to be the main reason he gets the job. They are going to hire the best person that they feel, could get the most out of this roster. As I've said before, I think the greatest strength that Mike Brown is going to bring is accountability. Taylor Jenkins still pretty young to the game, still, in terms of coaching big names, and we saw that train wreck out in Memphis, right? As much as that might not have been Taylor Jenkins' fault, that train wreck happened under his watch, and we can't allow that to happen here. Mike Brown is very, very strong-minded, very, vocal with veterans as well, hard-nosed. Some of the similar traits that Thibodeau had in terms of pushing the guys. He was very hard on Malik Monk and preached accountability, hard-nosed practices, all of those things. So I do think the Knicks front office will find comfortability in that, knowing that they moved on from Thibodeau. They won't want too much of a drop-off in terms of a guy that's going to push these players and really be a coach that's going to not take any nonsense. Jake Sharp, what's up? Do you think we'll be looking to trade Mitch since he's able to get that bag next offseason? I think it's a possibility. I do think I'd lean towards Mitch hanging around and the Knicks front office finding a way to give him an extension. But I do think that maybe they're comfortable bringing it into the season, seeing how he looks, seeing how many minutes he can play and how healthy he is, and then make a good decision on an extension. I don't think there's any need to rush the extension with Mitch. I'm comfortable running it into the season and seeing where we go. But I guess, like all trades, it's going to come down to what's on the table. If there's a real offer that blows the Knicks away, I think they'll really think about that. But I think the trade market for Mitch is kind of drying up. I mean, look at all the teams. They're getting centers now. Portland's going to get Portland's waived DeAndre Ayton now. He's free to go wherever he likes, So it looks like DeAndre Ayton could go to LA. They could get. I think LA was Mitch's biggest trade market, but looks like if they get Ayton, that's not going to happen. And the other team that's remaining is Charlotte. They traded Mark Williams. Possibly Charlotte are a team that's really looking for a center right now. So yeah, that's where we're at on that situation. Great comment. You guys are buzzing. Smash that like button. Great to have you with us with the start of free agency, going through all of the latest. As I said before, Rich Paul has told Chris Haynes that there's been no trade discussions regarding LeBron James at all with the Lakers. So let's pour some cold water on that situation now. LeBron, I think, is just pushing LA to make some moves like he normally does. to try to make them, speed up the timeline once again. Lou Cypher, what's good? Says Westbrook would be ideal. Yeah, I think for a vet minimum, I wouldn't be mad at it at all. We need more size, we need more ball handling, and we need more competitors, some more dogs out here with that drive, that will to win at all costs. So we do have some new free agent updates. Let's talk about it. Kelly Eco of the Houston Rockets beat, reporting that the Houston Rockets are re-signing veterans Jeff Green, Aaron Holiday to one-year deals at the veterans minimum. So, man, the Houston Rockets, they're making some moves right now. Jay Sean Tate, they're keeping him. Steven Adams, Jabari Smith's big extension. Kevin Durant trade, keeping Fred VanVleet, and re-signing Jeff Green, Aaron Holiday. So I think the Houston Rockets are like up there with the OKC Thunder right now, fam. The Knicks are expressed interest in Luke Kennard. He's one of the biggest names, I think, that could possibly be attainable for the New York Knicks under our salary restraints. So, but there's a long list of interested teams right now. The Pistons, they're armed up. They're one to look out for because Malik Beasley, man, he was set to get the bag, and now Malik Beasley might not get that bag, and the Detroit Pistons have a lot of money that they can spend if Tim Hardaway goes, if Dennis Schroeder leaves, and Malik Beasley, and that court case goes, not the right way, then it does look like the Detroit Pistons will have some money to spend. Hit that like button, AP. Appreciate it. Russell's a fan of Ayton. I think he's going to go to LA. But yeah, for a vet minimum situation, what a steal. Definitely a guy that could play two sides when he's motivated. Simon says we don't need Westbrook. His time is over. I think we could find some better fits, but for a vet's minimum, I wouldn't be too mad at it. But I do like Tyus Jones. Reporting Chris Haynes, Kings arrange meetings with Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder looking to acquire both players. We know Russ loves it out west, so, for those that aren't a fan of Russ, don't stress because it might not happen. He does have a lot of interest, and the Sacramento Kings actually have some money that they can spend, right? If the Kings get Schroeder and Russ, they have an open point guard slot. Don't forget, De'Aaron Fox is out of there. The Sacramento Kings have some minutes that they can actually guarantee. But Russell's always been interested in the New York market, man. He's a big fashion mogul. Loves to party it up at New York Fashion Week. Russell Westbrook loves his fashion, man. But he loves New York City as well. I could see there being genuine interest, but I don't think the Knicks are going to be number one on his list, That's the difference, guys. When you hear that there's interest from the Knicks and the players interested, you got to think about it. There's other teams that are also interested. So we've got to see how it shakes out. But things could move really quickly with that situation tonight, guys. The one thing I've learned with this new age free agency, guys, there ain't as much money going around. Teams are locking in their own free agents a lot sooner. So what we're seeing now is this thing could be, some lesser names could just be, snapped up and looking to take that money quickly, before the money dries up right now. And I tell you what, man, if the Knicks can land Jordan Clarkson, that would be an A. That would be an A pickup for the type of cash that we have available. That would be big time. The Utah Jazz are going to bring back Svi Mikhailuk. Once a Knick, always a Knick. Let's get it. Josh Hart has tweeted out, it's 6:01 and I ain't see one deal. What happened to the game I love? Yeah, love Josh Hart's sense of humor, man. But he's right. Free agency has changed, man. It's different now. We're talking about some vet minimum situations. So yeah, Stephen Bondi's confirming Mike Brown, the first candidate to get a second interview with the New York Knicks. The Post has learned where there's smoke, there's fire right now. John Schmelk of the New York Giants, friend of the program, says, I don't expect much on free agency aside from some vet minimum deals. I would bring back Shamet, neutral on DeLon Wright. I think they could use a bench scoring piece, but more on the wing side. Jordan Clarkson on a vet minimum, sure, but they might get outbid. Yep, we'll see what happens with Tyler Kolek too in summer league. Per a source, the Indiana Pacers are monitoring the backcourt market and have shown an interest in Bulls point guard Kobe White. Wow. So the Pacers might be looking to get aggressive. You got Tyrese Halliburton on the sidelines for 12 months. If they can get Kobe White via a trade, that would be very interesting, man. The East is wide open, and we're going to get a season where the New York Knicks should be the equal favorite, tied favorite, I think, in the East. So the Jason Kidd situation, it does look like, has died down. Kidd was the number one target, but he can't shake loose out of Dallas. Another name to look out for tonight, Trey Mann. His 1-year deal was declined by the Charlotte Hornets, fam. He had an amazing season, 40% from downtown, 3 assists and 3 rebounds in 13 games. Was very productive. Did get an injury, though, that shortened his season. But I do think that he's a good age and maybe an uptick, a trending uptick. What do y'all think about Trey Mann? Scott Perry running the Kings, yeah, meeting Westbrook and Schroeder. Scott Perry running the show out there. Yeah, you guys are talking about Mitch's future. That's something that's obviously a big talking point until he gets an extension right now. Will be an unrestricted free agent after this upcoming season, and the Knicks have to make that choice. But me personally, I would run it into the season because you got Cat, and you need that insurance next to Cat. Some of our worst plus minus in the playoffs with Cat at the 5. You know, when Mitch played next to him at the 5, it was some of our best lineups plus minus. And also, I'm a fan because it pushes Josh Hart to the bench. You know, in my opinion, Josh Hart, unless there's an injury, should no longer start. Josh Hart should no longer start with this club. That's not a knock on Hart's game. It's about lineup fit and you know, complementing the rest of the guys. You know, floor spacing is key. You know, Hart's not exactly the biggest wing either. You know, if we can get an upgrade in terms of, you know, a 6'6" wing, hopefully Pacome Dardier takes a major step. Kevin McCullough is going to get a chance. Some of the younger rookies going to take time to develop a little bit more. But if the Knicks could get a 6'6", 6'7" wing in free agency, would be ideal, in my opinion. Yeah, Buzzer, Dallas wants compensation for Kidd as well. But they are dragging their feet with an extension, you know, when it comes to J Kidd. Like, if he's your guy, extend him, you know. They're just teasing us right now. You traded Luca, right underneath Kid, and I wouldn't be mad if Kid, I would understand if Kid wanted to leave. That was crazy. Salute Shares V, what's good? Lou says your Hart is a backup and move on from J Kidd. Mets Knicks is predicting that Jenkins still gets the job. If they interviewed Brown first, then that means Jenkins is going to get the job. That's my prediction. Junior Star says Westbrook, Levine, DeMar, Keegan, Sabonis all on the floor at the same time. Man, it's tough out west, but yeah, Sacramento always looking for the bigger names. Not really working it out right now. Earl says Westbrook meeting with the Kings. Yep, in the West, it's also OKC and the Rockets making big time moves. So Jabari Walker is an underrated name to look out for, man. Look out for him. Salty Aldama looks like he's going to be off the board, restricted free agent. So the Knicks picked up Huck Porty's option. Happy that he's coming back. Looking forward to second year of Ariel Huck Porty and him getting more minutes with no Thibodeau here. And also, with more double big lineups. Huck can show what he can do. Showed some offensive game with some passing. Great finishing at the basket. Great hands, too. Can finish the lob. I think him and Brunson had good chemistry. Wow. So it looks like Jordan Clarkson could really be buzzing, man. Darren coming through with some great news. Reporting Steve Popper of Newsday. Not hearing it's done, but sounds like the Knicks have set their sights on Jordan Clarkson once he clears waivers. Fam. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Wow, massive, massive, massive deal with this one. Jaren Jackson Jr. getting the bag. Let's pull this up right now. Memphis Grizzlies All-Star Jaren Jackson expected to agree on a 5-year, $240 million renegotiation and extension. Head of CAA Austin Brown reporting. So, great deal, man. He got paid. Triple J. Looks like he's staying out in Memphis, man. A building block for them. Building block. Lou says we ain't compensating Dallas. Yeah, we don't have as many picks right now. Let's just hire a coach that's a free agent. Buzzer Beater says Jordan Clarkson is a welcomed addition. He's a better shooter than Russ. Yep. Better shooter. And the salary cap going up, Junior, with the TV deal. These guys are just going to get more pay. Think about Devin Booker, man. He might break the record, I think, with a $75 million deal per year. 2-year, $150 million. Fam, I think that's coming. With when it comes to Devin Booker's next deal, man. Man, one guy making $70 million, that's insane, man. That's the entire team for most sports, man. A lot of sports, man, the whole team's earning 75 mil. So that's crazy. So here we go. Steve Popper not hearing it's done, but sounds like the Knicks have their sights set on JC once he clears waivers. An unexpected find for them at a low cost after he was bought out by the Utah Jazz. Right. I like it. Man, that's one of the better names that we could possibly get. That would be nice to to lock that in tonight and have our bench scorer locked in, man. Him next to Deuce would be great. Yeah, the thing is, Paula, you got to find the right guys that's going to, bring winning and getting paid as well. I got no problem if they bring winning. But like I said, as the league gets more diluted, as 32 teams come in out of Seattle, Vegas, there's just going to be more teams, just overpaying just to keep their talent. So with that said, speaking of not overpaying, Jordan Clarkson, who's JC, Jordan Clarkson out of Utah, looks like he could be finding his way to the Big Apple. Michael Drake, what's good? Shez V, man, you know me well. You know me well. Salute. How about Dante Exum? He's a 3-and-D. Mavs may not have enough room for Dante Exum. Yep. To be honest, man, I would take Dante Exum over Russell Westbrook in a heartbeat because he's actually a wing. He's a point guard in a wing's body. 6'6", with good wingspan, can defend wings and run the point, and is a better shooter on the catch and shoot and pull up off the dribble. Dante Exum for a veteran's minimum would be one of the steals, I feel. Jabari Walker, also a really good fit. We might be able to pry Duop Reith out of Portland as well. They've got Klingon, they've got the Kling Yang twins, Donovan Kling and Hansen Yang out of China, the Prodigy coming up. They've also got, they've waived DeAndre Ayton. They've got Duop Reith. He's a stretch 5, fam. I'd be calling up Portland and saying, what's up with Duop Reith right now? What do y'all think? But yeah, Triple J, man, getting paid. The bag. So a lot of conversations now over Mike Brown and Tibbs. Is Mike Brown a upgrade over Tibbs? I don't look at it like an upgrade as much. I look at it like, I don't look at it like an upgrade in terms of skills. I look at it upgrade as a guy who's more of a fit. Thibodeau wasn't, flexible, wasn't able to bend, wanted to do it his way only. And at the end of the day, you got to be flexible because the front office is going to bring in new pieces, different pieces, and you have to be able to work with that. You have to be able to work with that long term, You can't always say, oh, we got to find Tibbs guys, How many Tibbs guys are out there? How many Tibbs guys are out there? It's a smaller pool. So you got to be flexible and bring in a coach that, is able to get the most out of Cat. Get the most out of Josh Hart and send him back to the bench, when he needs to. So it looks like we've got some news on Salty Aldama as well. Restricted free agent Salty Aldama returning on a 3-year, $52 million. Another CAA guy getting paid. Man. $52 million over 3 years for Salty Aldama. What are the Memphis Grizzlies doing? But I can't hate. Great contract for him, man. For the young man, great contract for Salty Aldama. Dante can't stay healthy. Yeah, Earl. Definitely health concerns, Vet minimum, I think, is worth a flyer, but, he's had definitely a long list of injury problems. Best ability is your availability. Johnny likes the JC pickup. Knicks have a dire need for a backup point who can make things happen consistently. Unlike Deuce, JC is our savior. Let me just look up Jordan Clarkson's age too, man. I got to think he's 30 now? Maybe 29, 30. No, I'm off. He's 33 now. Wow. Uh, Born out of Tampa, Florida. Um, been with the Utah Jazz, Cleveland Cavaliers, the LA Lakers, from the University of Missouri, Tampa, Florida. Um, Born in Tampa, Florida, 33 years old, and just turned 33. Okay, 7th of June was his birthday. So, yeah, still at a pretty good age, as a backup. Um, can definitely score. Hopefully, let's see that get locked in. Looks like the Lakers will land DeAndre Ayton on a buyout too, guys. AP says Mike Brown has had more success than Tibbs. And you are right. I got sick. I got sick of the Tibbs guys thing. Yeah, and it just goes to show that when Tibbs had to coach some guys that weren't his guys, things went south. Cat, Mikal Bridges, there was some conflict. There was some friction, I'll say. They didn't really get into it. There was just some friction. Um, so we'll see what plays out with a new coach coming in. Junior Star says 2 million. Some notable names include Ty Jerome, Bruce Brown, Luke Cornett. I do think Ty Jerome's going to get a lot more than that, but Bruce Brown, if Bruce Brown comes on a vet minimum with Jordan Clarkson, whew, that'll be a good addition, a good upgrade. Yep, Clarkson's got Filipino roots. Salute. Deuce is more of a shooting guard, says Lou. Yeah, I feel like he can flesh his game out a little bit more, but I'm comfortable with Deuce being an off-ball guy. Catch and shoot. Hopefully, work on some creation abilities as his career continues. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Brown, Jordan Clarkson could be new additions to the Mecca. No LeBron James. I'm okay with that. Right? Let's not rip this core up. That's young, able to contend for multiple years under good contracts. Let's keep this together and just add and strengthen by addition. I'm going to be excited, man, for Summer League and the new season. I think this is going to be, in all my fandom, man, going back since the early 90s, this could be one of the most anticipated seasons as a Knicks fan in terms of looking at the East, looking who just won the championship, a very young, inexperienced OKC team. Halliburton and Tatum out with an Achilles injury. You got the Cleveland Cavaliers who keep tripping over themselves. I mean, this is so wide open, man, and the pressure is going to be there for the Knicks to take that next step. But the pathway through the East is never going to get easier. It's never going to get easier. Teams are coming up now. ATL trying to make some moves. You got Orlando making moves as well. Detroit are going to get better. And it's going to be a situation where, the Knicks are going to bring the core back, and they're going to have that chemistry to go one step further, hopefully 2 steps. Michael says, what do you think about the Clarkson, Tyus Jones? I would prefer Clarkson, and then I think we could look at another situation after that. But yeah, I like Clarkson's size. I like his ability to create a shot. I like his ability to get downhill. His experience as well, knows where the bucket is. And I think he'll fit great with Josh Hart, Deuce McBride off the bench, Ariel Huckporty, Pacome Dardier, Mitchell Robinson. I think he strengthens our bench a lot, fam. Cody One Kenobi, salute. How do you see our Summer League outcome? I see us getting to the final. I think we've got a lot of guys that can get downhill and can create a shot too. That's our Summer League squad, Cody. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing what James Nagy can bring, because I haven't seen him, Um, and I really want to see what Pacome Dardier can do with more shots. He could be the featured player on offense. We know Tyler Kolek likes to set guys up. We know Huck Porty and James Nagy are good play finishers. Lob threat, set good hard screens, and roll to the basket. But I do think Pacome Dardier and Kevin McCullough are going to be able to create off the bounce and have a lot of opportunities to score. And of course, the couple of wings that we picked up. We are expressing interest, David, in Nick Richards, reporting Mike Scotto of Hoops Hype. Let me bring that up. Fam, right here. Phoenix Sun center Nick Richards has drawn interest from several teams, including the New York Knicks, with Huck Porty, with James Nagy, with Cat. If we get Nick Richards, what does that mean? Are we trying to get cheaper and maybe turn Mitch's salary into something else? I mean, until the extension is done, we'll see what the Knicks are willing to do with a potential Mitchell Robinson extension. Fam, don't forget, we have to extend Mikal Bridges too. We ain't going to lose Mikal Bridges for nothing. We have to make a major decision on him, right now. So B-Ball Paul Reed has agreed to a 2-year deal to return to the Detroit Pistons. Wow, interesting, fam. Let's bring this thing up. And we also have Dorian Finney-Smith, man, agree to a deal with the Houston Rockets. We got B-Ball Paul headed back to Detroit. 2 years, 11 milli, fam. So what does that mean for a Mitchell Robinson deal? I mean, Mitch is definitely deserving of 15 per. I think 15, maybe 18 per. If Paul Reed is going to get, like 6 million per, Mitch is definitely worth 15. But with his injury history, maybe Mitchell Robinson says, you know what, I'm going to help the Knicks take I'm going to get my guaranteed money. I'm going to sign at a team-friendly number. That could be something to look out for. And yeah, I was hearing from Mark Stein yesterday that Dorian Finney-Smith was going to go to Houston. Houston Rockets now, man. I think they are officially a contender out west, right? A contender and possibly surpassing OKC. Talk about Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Dorian Finney-Smith now, fam. Whew. They are loaded. Jay Sean Tate, Jeff Green, Steven Adams, Fred Van Vliet, Amen Thompson, Alfred Şengün. Am I missing anybody? Kevin Durant. What do y'all think about that, man? It's tough to repeat. OKC, they're going to get better, but it's going to be tough to repeat. Not a lot of teams are pulling off the back-to-back. Chris Haynes reporting via Darren Hood that Chris Paul is planning to decide between the Suns and the Clippers. So, yeah, no surprise that CP3 wants to stay out west. He liked his time in Phoenix when they went to the NBA Finals. He wants to run that back. And the Clippers as well, man. He loves him some sun out there on the West Coast with the family. Salute Bob. What's good? Shez V says Texas B-Ball looking great now. And Junior Star says Rockets could really win the title next year. Yeah. It could be maybe Kevin Durant dependent. Or maybe Amen Thompson taking another leap. But yeah, I do think they are a little fragile in the front court still. Alfred Şengün still making strides, but is a bit of a turnstile on D. Steven Adams, not not the youngest man in the league. Durability concerns. Maybe things can fall apart at the seams with the front court. Jabari Smith is versatile. He could play the 4 and the 5 a little bit, but yeah, Steven Adams can't hit free throws. That was an issue when they went to Hacker Adams. Similar to what we face with the Hacker Mitch. They went to Hacker Adams. They tried to get him off the floor. So they got Jeff Green though. That's why they brought back Uncle Jeff as some insurance too. If I'm Houston, I think they still might have the mid-level. Actually, no, I think they've used the mid-level on this man. I think they've used the mid-level on Finney Smith. But they might be able to get Nick Richards. They might be able to get Nick Richards, and that would put them over the top. Bob says, to be honest, this team is built for a head coach like Mike Brown. David says, quiet at the trade deadline, quiet at free agency. Might not be quiet if we can lock in Jordan Clarkson. I think that will be one of the best possible pickups that the Knicks could have got, via the buyout. Let's keep an eye on that. That could drop very, very soon. It seems to be heating up right now. Okay, we've got to move via Shams, and we'll hit on the next comment in a second. Salute to the chat, everyone watching. Salute, smash that like button. The Knicks streets are buzzing. Cam Spencer, the point guard out of Golden State, is now finding himself an opportunity with the Memphis Grizzlies, man. So good luck to him, chasing the bag, chasing a chance. He wasn't getting many chances in Golden State. Junior says 7 different champs in the last 7 years. How many rings do you see this era? 3 GOATs win. Luka, Giannis, and the Joker. Yeah, Luka, it might take some time, but he ain't winning a ring right now. Giannis, the same. Joker, I think, the team is failing him right now, man. Let's hope the Joker, gets disgruntled, man. Could you imagine the Joker as he gets a little bit older, gets frustrated with with Denver, and says, you know what, I'm going out east, man. I'm going to pair up with Jalen Brunson, man. It could be the Jamal Murray Joker combination with Jalen Brunson and the Joker. That would be nice. That would be nice. But yeah, reporting Steve Popper of Newsday, guys, is that the Knicks have set their sights on Jordan Clarkson once he clears waivers, an unexpected fine for them at a low cost after he was bought out. So that would be solid. That would be a great pickup for me. What do y'all think? Michael Drake says, CT, we're going to win that chip next year. I hope, man. The East is so wide open, and I'm getting older, man. I want to see us win a championship ASAP. It's just crazy how a big market and a big team, the Mecca, like New York and the New York Knicks are, that we haven't won a championship in 50 years, man. The drought needs to end right now. The drought needs to end. David M says, no signings at 6:01. Teams not trying to lose picks over tampering accusations. Yeah, for real, man. What about that Brunson situation, man? The league was ridiculous to take a second-round pick from the Knicks, man. It happens all the time. Bob coming through with the buzz. Appreciate you for the super chat contribution. Bob's in the house. Says, this team is built for a coach like Mike Brown. His development of De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, the issue is expecting a championship or bust. High expectations. Go New York, go. I 100% agree where Mike Brown is built to handle the media. He's built to handle, veterans. He's built to handle some younger players as well. He'll show them some tough love, but I think offensively, defensively is where I want to see Mike Brown, be flexible. Um, Hopefully, I'll be curious to see what kind of staff we add around a Mike Brown or Taylor Jenkins, whichever one it's going to be. It's looking like it's going to be Brown. If it is Brown, tell me, who do y'all want to see around Mike Brown? Do you want to see Woody? Do you want to see Kenny Payne back? Do y'all want to see one of these new, amazing assistants coming up the ranks? Do you want to see another OG like Jeff Van Gundy be an assistant? Do you want to see Johnny Bryant come back? Are you happy with Rick Brunson being the assistant? Salute Cardiac. Let's go. AP says, is it championship or bust, or finals or bust? Or is it finals or bust? I gotta say it's championship. We were 2 wins away from the finals, so I think finals is not guaranteed, but it's a massive possibility. And I think once you get to the finals, then you got to win it. You don't get to the finals very often. You got to win it. And I think the experience that we just did, we went on, a deep playoff run. I think our guys are going to be comfortable in tough situations, late games. How many times did we come from behind? No sweat. 4 times 20 points down to pull out the win. I don't think our guys are phased, big time games outside of that collapse, which I think was more, coaching. Yeah, the Rockets are making moves, man. I mean, you need to be aggressive out west, man. You can't sit still out west right now, man. I feel for teams like Golden State who are trying to get closer, but they just keep falling back down. With the Rockets getting stronger right now, Minnesota bringing back Julius, bringing back Naz Reid, all of that. Great question, Buzzer. Where is Kenny Payne at? He left the Knicks to go, to take on one of the coaching, the college roles, I think. I forget where. But I do think he's a free agent again. I think just like Woodson went to Georgetown. Woodson went to Indiana. And then he left. I think Kenny Payne went somewhere. Louisville, that's it. Kenny Payne went to Louisville, and I don't think it worked out. Yep. Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy quit, Simon. That was a long way ago, and I think I've heard talk that, he's expressed regret, and him and Dolan are cool now. I think him and Dolan are more amicable. But yeah, I think he's comfortable with LA. Right. Let's get one of these younger assistants. So yeah, Julius signed for a 3-year, $100 million, so around 33 per year on a 3-year, $100 million even. That was the rate for Julius to stay in Minnesota. And yeah, the Knicks would have been comfortable, I think, given him that deal. But I just think, yeah, I think Isaiah leaving, it created a domino effect, where, we needed a big man. And look, Leon was always a big fan of Karl Anthony Towns. So we'll see what plays out. So reporting now, Stephon Bondi. The Knicks touched base with South Carolina women's coach Dawn Staley about the head coaching gig. First reported from CP, the franchise. Unclear if there was a formal interview. Staley did interview for the Trailblazers job in 2021 that ultimately went to Chauncey Billups. So that's interesting, fam. Uh, so, does look like we could have another massive buyout, fam. Another massive buyout, man. Cole. Cole Anthony. What do y'all think about Cole Anthony? Cole Anthony and Jordan Clarkson, man, on a buyout. Oh, that'd be something. That'd be something crazy, man. Um, so hot off the press, man. New York native Cole Anthony and his reps and the Memphis Grizzlies are working towards a resolution that allows Memphis to create cap space to renegotiate or extend Jaren Jackson, while giving Cole Anthony the opportunity to find a next destination, man. And this means the playmaking scoring guard is entering the marketplace. Yeah. Oh. Yep, that'd be interesting, man. Oh. Imagine if we could land both, man. Look, Cole Anthony would obviously have mutual interest in the Knicks, man. Son of Greg Anthony, loves playing at Madison Square Garden. Wanted the Knicks to draft him. What do y'all think? Is it one or the other? Would you take both? Which one would you prefer out of Cole Anthony or Jordan Clarkson, man, on the buyout market? The Knicks are catching some luck right now, getting some established names on the buyout market. Yeah, Dawn Staley obviously got close connections with a lot of industry teams, personnel, creativity. I think the Knicks will be interested just to hear her mind and hear what she thinks about the role and this team. I think it's information gathering as well, but it's good for her, profile, good for her PR as well. I'm sure there will be a huge high profile female name that gets a head coaching job at some point. Let's see. Buzzer, it doesn't sound like you're much of a fan of the Cole Anthony pickup. He's got problems with the three and he struggles as a playmaker. Similar game to Jordan Clarkson. They do like to take over and get downhill, aggressive, getting to the cup and scoring. So that is something that I think this team needs. Simon says Cole is too small. I think for a vet minimum, it'll be a good pickup. I think Cole Anthony, man, he could give you 20 off the bench. If Hart's playing off the bench, we got some of the wings as well. Pacome Dardier, Kevin McCullough. We do have some size in other positions. I would take talent. I would take the talent over, the size question. Breaking news, Jake LaRavia closing in on a deal to return to the, this is to go to the LA Lakers, man. Wow. Man, that caught me by surprise. Yep. Wow. $12 million deal, man, for LA. Where did they find the cash to get that deal, man? That's crazy. Jake LaRavia headed to La La Land. That's a solid free agency pickup. They're obviously trying to build younger and trying to, put that team around Luka. Russell, let's go. You're the new coach. Dolan just interviewed Russell Thomas, our new head coach, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know, what's the first move you're gonna do, man? If you were the head coach, what's the first move you're doing with this squad? You put Mitch into the starting lineup, take Hart out. Are you keeping Cat at the 5? Are you keeping Cat at the 5? Are you benching Mikal Bridges? What do I think of Ben Simmons, man? So reporting, for those that don't know, Ben Simmons' camp, I think they're looking for an exception type deal, which is more than the minimum. Ben Simmons on the minimum is a stretch, in my opinion. Not because of the basketball ability is not there. It's here. It's like, it's all mindset right now with Ben Simmons, man. He freezes late in games. I mean, you can't depend on that. He looks at the basket, then he looks away, man. It's like a worse version of Mikal Bridges, Jericho Sims. You know, he looks at the rim and he has PTSD. Uh, yeah, AP. Where did the Lakers get that money? They lost. Yeah, they lost Dorian Finney-Smith. That makes sense now. So yeah, big time wing Dorian Finney-Smith is going to Houston, and the Lakers are able to recover and get Jake LaRavia, who's a different kind of player. Buzzer says Cole is cool. He is a legacy, but I would take Tyus over him. Yeah, I appreciate Tyus as a vet minimum pickup. So we got some brand new news coming through right now, fam, relating to our New York Knicks, and Stefan Bondi can also confirm, as others have reported, including Steve Popper of Newsday, the Knicks and Jordan Clarkson, who was just bought out by the Jazz, have mutual interest in free agency. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Are we going to spend the taxpayer mid-level, or are we going to let Jordan Clarkson clear waivers and pick him up on a vet's minimum? Now, the good thing about a buyout, I'll tell you this: a good thing about a buyout of a guy who was on a decent contract is that they're not sweating the money aspect, because the pay that they were on, that they're going to get that, and then the new team simply makes up the difference. If you get what I'm saying. Let's say Jordan Clarkson was on an $18 million deal, or a $12 million deal. He'll get that money. Just because he's bought out doesn't mean he loses out on that money. He gets all of that money. But the new team that he goes to will simply make up the difference of whatever the difference is going to be. Let's say he signs with the Knicks on the minimum. Well, then the Utah Jazz only need to pay him, $9 million or $12 million, and the Knicks make up, the other $2 million coming out of the Knicks wallet. So Jordan Clarkson will still get his money, and I think, sign him with the vets minimum. Keep that exception. For somebody else, fam. Keep it for somebody else. Because we could add Nick Richards. We could add another guy that gets bought out. Let's see. Y'all cack me up, man. Ben Simmons, I think he wants to stay out in LA, too. Buzzer says, CT, how much fun would it be to be in the Knicks war room right now? I think it would always be fun, man. Different characters, different voices, different, experienced voices, different industries as well. Wesley with the connections, Leon with, the brains. I mean, Leon Rose got started as a lawyer. He's a very smart man. Obviously, as a basketball decision maker, he leans on a lot of other expertise as well. AP says, when buzzer beater speaks, you have to listen. Yeah, you guys are in lockstep, man. You guys, something tells me you guys are brothers or cousins, up in here. David says, remember, Knicks make all moves August, September. They shock the NBA. I think things are going to change a little bit, where moves are going to happen a lot sooner now. Money's drying up, and clients, agents, they're worried about, missing out, getting priced out. Like, for example, Precious Achua. Like, let's keep it a buck. Precious Achua's not getting, he's not getting anyone's exception right now. He's not getting anything above the minimum. But if something was to come available, he would snap it up. He would take it. He would take it. So yeah, massive loss for the Lakers, losing Dorian Finney-Smith. The Rockets are the beneficiary. Their gain is the Lakers' pain right now. South Carolina, man, athletic director has confirmed that Dawn Staley is in conversations with the New York Knicks. Nothing imminent at this stage. It's just a case of touching base right now. Man, this is hilarious. Look at this meme, man. Luka seeing the Lakers go from Dorian Finney-Smith to Jake LaRavia. Steve Popper is also saying, by the way, the timing for clearing waivers from a buyout is 48 hours. So, yeah, we've got to wait a little bit of time. Obviously, nothing's done, but it does seem like it's close to a done deal. I think it's close. Reporting seems mutual interest. Got to wait for the buyout, but I do think Jordan Clarkson will be a Knick. Yeah, appreciate it. AP and the homeboys, Russell, buzzer beater, keeping it together, man. Stick together. Yep, definitely, man. Blood is thicker than water right now. Knicks family, we buzzing. David says, if we get Clarkson, though, does that affect Deuce? No, I don't think it does. I think maybe it might affect Tyler Kolek, but I think Deuce is going to get his minutes, It just means, we have a couple of ball handlers that can score as well. I think you could have lineups of Deuce, Clarkson, and Hart. Obviously Hart's a good playmaker as well. So that adds some, versatility off the bench. And then if you are playing Mikal Bridges with those guys, you could have some fun lineups. Now, I do want to look up Jordan Clarkson's shooting percentage, fam. Let's do this on the fly right now. I want to know what Jordan Clarkson shot from three. Let's pull this baby up. Okay. So last season, 37 games played with the Utah Jazz. The 24-25 season, he averaged 26 minutes, 16 points, 40% shooting, 40.8, basically 41% from the field, 36% from downtown, 3 rebounds, close to 4 assists, and close to 1 steal. So 16 points, 40% from the field, 36% from downtown, in 26 minutes, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. 37 games played, man. That's production, man. 16 points in 26 minutes. That's production. That's production. I like it. Jay Dragon, what's up? Says hire Spreewell. He's with the organization. I want us to hire Patrick Ewing, man. Why doesn't Patrick Ewing join the staff, man? I want to see Patrick win a ring. Man. The guy I want to see the most in Summer League is Pacome Dardier and Kevin McCullough. Let us know who you think. Who you would like to see the most in Summer League. I'm intrigued by James Nagy, and I just know Tyler Kolek and Ariel Hukporti are going to ball out, man. Take that to the bank. Take that as gospel. Tyler Kolek and Ariel Hukporti will have great summer leagues. They're ready. They're experienced, man. Tyler Kolek, 24 years old. Errol Hukporti, 4 years of pro. They're going to eat in Summer League. But I want to see what Pacome Dardier and Kevin McCullough can give us, because I think they're going to be able to raise our ceiling. I know Ariel Hukporti and Kevin McCullough and Ariel Hukporti, Tyler Kolek will raise our floor, but I do think McCullough and Dardier will raise the Knicks ceiling, because they have a higher ceiling for those guys. So. And yeah, we already know Mohamed Diawara is confirmed for Summer League. He is confirmed for Summer League. These are the guys we'll see in Summer League. All of them. All of these guys will be in Summer League. All of them. All of the young rooks. Just not the European point guard. Rokas or Hugo Besson. Those guys will not be with Summer League. Those guys remain on the stash. But yeah, this is a stacked squad. I think they could definitely compete for the Summer League chip. Okay, we have one of the Jones boys, man, off the board, and it's Trey Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at this. Breaking news. We got Trey Jones headed to the Chi-Town Chicago Bulls. Man. Free agent guard Trey Jones agreeing to a 3-year deal, 24 milli, headed to Chicago. They obviously lost Lonzo Ball. Heck, they might even be looking to lose Kobe White. So they're bringing in one of the Jones boys on a $24 million deal. AP says, I'm looking for Tyler Kolek. Yeah. Tyler Kolek. TKO. What about this nickname? Tyler Cardiac. Tyler Cardiac, because he gives his defenders a cardiac arrest. You know, Tyler Cardiac. AP says you have to hire Ewing before you hire Spree. 100%. 100%. They're both actually with the organization, but not in an official coaching capacity. Yep. Pat is the ambassador right now. Darren says he's re-signing with Chicago. Oh, thank you. Appreciate y'all, man. I thought Trey Jones was on another team, man. I can't believe he was on the Chicago Bulls. Why wasn't he getting playing time? So yeah, they're actually paying. They're paying to keep their guy once and for all. Jay says McCullough had such an upside before his injury. If he can get back to that, he may be the real deal. Yeah, you said it. Kevin McCullough is, the most ready-made of all of our rookies, in my opinion. That's including Kolek. I mean, he was, we go back two college seasons in Kansas. He was the lead guy. He was Kansas's best player. Kansas was the number one team in the nation, and Kevin McCullough was like a 15-point a game, huge rebound, assist numbers, just a two-way player. He's not like dynamic offensively, and he's not like a defensive specialist. He's just a great two-way player, both sides, good size. Likes to get dirty and defend, roll his sleeves up. We'll see how that plays out. Buzzer beater asks, what's the deal with Ace Bailey? Is he going to go? Is he going to stay in Utah? Yeah, it does look like they've ironed it out. I mean, young kid. I think, yeah, he's just 18, immature a little bit. These prospects coming up with great talent, they're confident, and they want they want the world at their feet, and they just have to understand that it doesn't work that way. They're in a professional league now. They need to act professional, and let their play do the talking, and then the perks will start to come. Establish yourself first. Establish that you can dominate and you can win, and then you might be able to bring some of that diva mentality, but not right away. In my opinion, you got to come into the league first. All of the veterans that have come before you have paved the way for you to come into the league and earn and become a multi-millionaire. Respect the game, respect the league, and just be a professional. If you don't like Utah, I get it, right? I get it, but handle your business and then leave. Handle your business, stay for however long you have to stay, and then you can leave. Okay, so we've got D'Lo coming, signing with the Mavs, says Darren. So let's dial that up. Mets Nick says McCullough is Josh Hart. Hopefully he can replace him in the future. So D'Lo Russell, man, agreeing on a 2-year, $13 million deal. Headed to Dallas, man. Does that mean Dante Exum? Does that mean Dante Exum is out of there? Possibly, man. I think they're still trying to bring back Dante Exum on a vet minimum. We'll see how that plays out. Yeah, Spree's with the organization in an ambassador role, but nothing formal in terms of coaching and team operations. But as an ambassador, he's in the garden and he's with the team. Yep, he's on Dolan's payroll. So yeah, Trey Jones was previously with the Spurs, but was traded at the deadline. Okay, appreciate that. So Jordan Clarkson is in the 67th percentile on all combo guards at defensive rebounding on free throws via cleaning the glass. Interesting. So it's official. The Jazz announced a buyout agreement with Jordan Clarkson. Yep. Cole Anthony has been bought out as well. Mike Brown, some people on board with that situation now, replacing Tibbs with another experienced head coach. At the end of the day, some of our top names in Jason Kidd aren't available. So if it is going to be Mike Brown, best of luck, and I'm okay with the move. Let's see how it plays out. Where do you think Cole Anthony could go? Some people are saying Milwaukee. I think he might want to go where he can get the most minutes. He might like the Knicks, but we've obviously got Brunson, we've got Deuce. We might get Jordan Clarkson as well. Breaking news. We have a big-time trade, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Michael Porter Jr. Oh, unbelievable. And Ty Jerome taking that bag. Couple of big-time deals coming through right now, guys. Buckle up. I think free agency is finally revving up right now. Ty Jerome agreed to a 3-year deal, $28 million, with the Memphis Grizzlies, with a player option in year 3. That's good. That's good for the player. 3-year deal, player option. Memphis Grizzlies recovering, adding him alongside Ja Morant. He'll slide into Desmond Bane's position, man. maybe as a starter, and Jaren Jackson. They've also lost Jake LaRavia. But a big time trade, man. The Brooklyn Nets continue to use their cap space to get assets. Here we go. The Nuggets are trading MPJ and an unprotected 2032 first round pick. What? What? The Denver Nuggets are sending the Brooklyn Nets another unprotected pick. So they have the 2031 Knicks unprotected pick that we sent them from Mikal Bridges. And now they have a 2032 Denver Nuggets unprotected pick. Man, that's insane. That's insane, man. The Brooklyn Nets rebuild is gonna, it's going along, man. It might take a while, but the Denver Nuggets, man, in 2032, man, the Joker, he'll be done, man. He'll be long done by then, or the best of the Joker will be done by then, man, if he's even around. He'll be back in Serbia, training racehorses right now. But 2032, unprotected pick, right, just from absorbing Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. And look, he's still a productive player. He's going to be able to get up shots along with Terrence Mann and Cam Thomas. And the Denver Nuggets are obviously getting Cam Johnson, though. So, look, all in now win move for the Denver Nuggets. Obviously, Michael Porter Jr., a little too streaky for them. They're getting a real sniper in Cam Johnson to play alongside the Joker. Man, that's insane. I don't think Dawn Staley, to be honest, I think it's a serious candidate, but I don't think she's going to get the job. I think there's more experienced candidates that they're going to go with. But I can't sit there and say she's not a serious candidate. I think if they're reaching out to her and it's and they're interviewing, it looks serious. But I don't think she's going to get the job because, as I said, the experience factor. They want a person who's had success in the NBA as a head coach. Hopefully, yeah, I do think EJ will join us at some point this offseason. Touch base with EJ recently. He's doing well. Appreciate it, Buzzer, for asking. EJ will join us at some point. Hopefully, when his schedule lightens up a bit. But yeah, he's in the final straight, completing his doctorate as well. So shout out to EJ for completing his doctorate and fulfilling his dream and his mother's wish as well, handling his business. Dennis Schroeder agreed to sign with Sacramento. Yet we expected that to happen. D'Lo going to the Dallas Mavericks on a solid deal. I can't get over that unprotected pick, man. Dallas, okay, here we go. Another deal just popped up. KPJ now. We had MPJ. Now we got KPJ agreeing to a 2-year, $11 million deal to return to the Bucks. Okay, so Giannis, we're still waiting. Is Giannis going to request a trade? We're still waiting, man. But in the meantime, they're securing their own free agent on a 2-year, $11 million deal, right? Shout out to the chat. You guys are the best. Buzzin', cousin, Ty Jerome, man, big time deal for him and the Memphis Grizzlies. So Cleveland couldn't bring back Ty Jerome. They obviously paid Sam Merrill, and they made some moves to get Tyrese Proctor as well. Reporting Jake Fisher, the Wizards are willing to facilitate a sign and trade with Malcolm Brogdon. Ladies and gentlemen, should we get in on that? Let us know your thoughts, fam. I'll bring this baby up. Malcolm Brogdon, man, on a sign and trade. We could facilitate a sign and trade. So we could do a Precious Achua and a pick and just give them, give them Precious and a second. Re-sign Precious, send him. Or we could re-sign PJ Tucker and just give him a little sweetener and give him a little second rounder and absorb Malcolm Brogdon, maybe. I'm not sure what his contract is like, but I'm assuming it's going to be very low. What do y'all think? Brogdon, Jordan Clarkson. What's up, Susan? The streets are buzzing. Yeah, KPJ he's been with Milwaukee for a minute, and David's confident. Giannis is coming. I feel like it's coming in terms of he's going to ask out. He will ask out at some point, man. I don't know if he's as loyal as the Joker kind of thing. I think that the Joker feels like, he's accomplished what he wanted to accomplish and won a chip. But I think in Milwaukee, I think Giannis just has that hunger where he's just like, no, I'm young still. I want to keep winning. In a big market. He might try to find his way to LA. Next to Luka. So yeah, the latest with the head coaching search, Susan, is that Mike Brown is the first person to get the second interview, and right now he is leading. He's the leader in all of the candidates. So I do think Taylor Jenkins will probably get a second round interview, just to show that they are having a couple of options to pick, and show that they're doing more due diligence. But the fact that Mike Brown's the first guy to get the second interview, I think they're honing in. They're laser honing in on Mike Brown right now. Close to William Wesley, confidence back with his coaching resume, 4-time assistant champion, has coached LeBron, coached big names, got Sacramento to the second seed, was the first coach to be unanimous Coach of the Year in the 23-24 season. I think maybe the first or second coach ever to be unanimous Coach of the Year, getting that dumpster fire in Sacramento to the second seed. So yeah, I think I'll be confident if it's Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins. I just don't want us to keep dragging this out and pulling another name out of the woodwork. I think we've done enough due diligence. Let's lock it in. Okay. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. We have some updates, some breaking news relating to the New York Knicks, and confirmation, fam. Let's chop this up. Ian Begley says the Knicks are at the top of Jordan Clarkson's list once he clears waivers. League source says Knicks currently see Clarkson as a priority signing. As already said by Steve Popper, New York has the $5 million taxpayer exception and the veterans minimum exceptions to offer Clarkson, who agreed to a buyout with the LA Lakers, fam. Let's go. What do y'all think about that, fam? Let's go. Jordan Clarkson, looks like it's a done deal. He'll be a free agent addition once he clears waivers, man. At the top of the list. Jordan Clarkson, man. Great pickup. A lot of people saying, let's give up Deuce for Sexton. Let's give up Josh Hart for Sexton. We end up getting Jordan Clarkson for free. We ended up getting Jordan Clarkson for free. That's a quality pickup. Building blocks not high on the deal. I don't understand why not. It's a free pickup. Y'all know we don't have much to spend, right? Anytime you can get a 16 points a game scorer is helpful, man. I mean, we had DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet off the bench. It's an upgrade. Jay Supreme, what's up? Says Clarkson's to score, not so much on D though. Yeah, we got other specialists, on D. We got Deuce McBride. We can bring back DeLon Wright. David M says great pickup, much needed scoring off the bench. Yeah. Yeah, look, you hopefully not going to use the exception. So he just takes up one of the minimum spots. I'd way prefer him over Tyus Jones, if I'm being honest. Like, what does Tyus Jones do that Deuce and Colette can't do? Clarkson really brings something that we don't have someone on this roster that can do. And I agree, his defense is non-existent, but he can put up 16 points a night in 23 minutes. So I think given the resources that we're dealing with, I think that's a great pickup. But yeah, I'm sure there'll be mixed reactions. Let me check out the reactions. We could see some 5-out lineups as well. 36% from downtown. Yep. So it sounds like a done deal. Jordan Clarkson, 33-year-old. The Filipino community in New York City is going to be lit right now. Shout out to the Filipino connection in New York City. So, look, the Denver Nuggets getting Cam Johnson. That's a big move for them to try to compete now. But that 2032 unprotected pick, man, that's just insane. That's just insane right now. We have another free agent deal drop, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Kevon Looney is headed to the New Orleans Pelicans. Big Kevon takes a 2-year, $16 million deal. So, yeah, the center market seems to be quite robust, man. I'll be interested to see what extension Mitchell Robinson gets. I'll be interested to see what extension Mitch can get. If Kevon Looney can get $8 million per, Mitch is definitely worth 16. 16 per. But hey, that's a miss for Golden State, man. Draymond's getting older right now. They're going to lose Kevon Looney, but it's a squeeze for them financially. Bob says, I don't think with Giannis we can afford him now. Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of heavy driving for Giannis to say, get me to New York City, and hopefully they do him a solid if he asks out. But yeah, there will be teams that can put together a great package for Giannis. I think everyone would be available except Brunson. I can't see them trading Brunson. Maybe into his 30s, but not right now. Not in his prime. Buzzer says Tyus is a very good 3-point shooter and has very high assist to turnover ratio. That's true. I just think his size. There's just a lot of limitations. Again, defensively, he's not going to help us either. I think Deuce is already a great 3-point shooter as well. Tyler Kolek has the potential to be such a high assist playmaker as well. So I'd rather just see what they've got right now and try to add some more scoring and some size. Looks like Bruce Brown is going to sign a 1-year deal to stay in Denver, and obviously they're getting together with Cam Johnson on that one, guys. So interesting, as some people aren't feeling the Kevin Porter Jr. deal staying in the league. Jordan Clarkson looks to be the Knicks' first addition in outside free agency right now. People are losing their minds. Great pickup. Great pickup, in my opinion, for Jordan Clarkson. I think he's going to add some moxie that this team needs. Ty Jerome got paid as expected. But man, the biggest trade so far is Cam Johnson headed to Denver and Michael Porter Jr. headed to the Brooklyn Nets with an unprotected 32 pick. Crazy. So Chris Haynes reporting on Bradley Beal with the Suns. The Suns' plan is to try to explore a trade scenario for Beal. Yeah, enough of that nonsense, man. No one's trading for Bradley Beal. You know, Chris Haynes and John Gambadoro keep spinning that, keep trying to create a trade market for Bradley Beal, man. We ain't stupid. No one's trading for Bradley Beal, man. Just buy him out. You know, you see the Utah Jazz bite the bullet and buy out Jordan Clarkson. You see Portland bite the bullet and buy out Cole Anthony. You know, you got Phoenix here trying to sell us a bill of goods. You know, yeah, man, that's crazy. Now, maybe we can agree on Malcolm Brogdon, fam. For me, Malcolm Brogdon's what I want in Tyus Jones, but with more size. Chat, let us know what you think. Malcolm Brogdon, would you be cool with him coming in as well? Maybe we could get him on the cheap if the Wizards are willing to help facilitate a sign and trade. Wow, looks like the Warriors are locking in on getting Al Horford after losing Kevon Looney. That would be big time, man. That would be big time. Holy moly. Shams Charania with this one. Luke Cornett. Former Knick. Once a Knick, always a Knick, man. Shout out to Phil Jackson, man, getting this guy paid. Luke Cornett. A 4-year, $41 million deal with the San Antonio Spurs, man. A key front court addition for the Spurs, man. Alongside Wemby. Backing up Wemby. That's a huge deal for Luke Cornett, man. Not gonna lie, man. He built his value up from the ground up, man. What was he, a undrafted guy with the Knicks? Phil Jackson, 10-day contract, Exhibit 10 deals, found a guarantee. Celtics balled out. Now he's got some bag. The Spurs are trying to contend now, man. They see what's up in Texas right now, man, with the Mavericks, now with Cooper Flag, and now you got the Houston Rockets giving everyone the bag. The Spurs said, hold my beer right now. We're going to get Luke Cornett. That's crazy. Robert says, yeah, I would say yes on Brogdon, but he's an injury magnet. I like that. You said it. I guess we're taking gambles now. You know, we're taking a flyer on a guy on a cheap deal. If it works out, it works out. One thing I would say is that there's less dependent. We're less dependent on a guy like that because of Brunson. You know, we got Hart, we got Deuce. I think if you could keep Brogdon's minutes down, maybe the hope is that, you know, he's going to stay healthy. 20 minutes a night kind of thing. I think the problem with Brogdon's teams is that most of them expected him to play 30, you know. If I'm bringing in Brogdon, it'd be like a 20-minute a night kind of thing. Um, um, and yeah, where's that other news that Darren put up, man? So Darren said in the chat that it looks like Al Horford, man, stuff the Boston Celtics. If they're going to lose Horford and Cornet, they've lost. They've also lost. Kristaps. They've lost Kristaps as well, man. Holy moly, man! This is getting a joke right now. Check this out. Free agent center Clint Capella has agreed to a 3-year deal with the Houston Rockets, major front court addition, and return to Houston, Texas for Clint Capella, man. Where are they getting this money from, man? Where are the Houston Rockets getting this type of money from, man? I don't get it. They just got Kevin Durant. They just overpaid Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, brought back Jayshawn Tate, Jeff Green, the other guy. They're definitely going to waive Jock Landale right now. They had Jock Landale sitting on an $8 million non-guaranteed deal. Looks like Capella might take some of that money, man. Man, put some money on Houston Rockets if you are a betting person. Bet responsibly. But the Houston Rockets, man, they're pound for pound. I mean, it's insane right now. They've got like Clint Capella, Steven Adams, Jeff Green. They've got enough center depth. Alfred Şengün, Jabari Smith. They've found a way, man. They've found a way to fit it all in under the salary cap because Amen Thompson is earning chump change on a rookie deal. Jabari Smith is earning a less than a max as well. They're able to fit all of this in. Obviously, Kevin Durant's salary, but they lose Dylan Brooks and they lose Jalen Green's salary as well. Cam Whitmore looks like he might go as well. Yep. Junior says Rockets just got the title. David says that's it. Rockets in the finals. Michael Drake says bring home Cole. Robert says they're going for it with KD. I like it. Let's get a repeat. 1994 finals. New York Knicks, Houston Rockets. Get that revenge. Yeah, Susan, Boston knows that this season is going to be non-existent for them, man. Man, if they lose Al Horford, they'll definitely be trying to get some big off the cheap, like Nick Richards or someone. Because you can't lose Kristaps, Al Horford, and Luke Cornet all in the same summer right now. Bill Simmons losing his mind right now. The Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga are now working together to remain in Golden State. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised right now. Okay, so hey, we're moving at a good speed, man. There's been some good deals drop. Been some surprises. Nothing like it used to be, when you with the crazy moving. Yeah, Kevin O'Connor's saying that the Celtics badly need a center, desperately will need one if Al Horford leaves. Man, they'll be looking for, maybe James Nagy off of our, roster right now. They'll be looking for scraps. Okay, so the Denver Nuggets bringing back Bruce Brown on a 1-year deal, right? And they're getting Cam Johnson, right? I mean, I don't know why people are overhyping the Nuggets. I don't see it. You lose You lose Michael Porter Jr. I know you get Cam Johnson, but that's just basically one out the door and one in the door, and you get to keep Bruce Brown. That's to me that's not doing much in the West. What do y'all think? But Luke Cornett, man, that was the jaw-dropping move so far, and I think Dorian Finney-Smith is a big that's a big shake-up. Paula says Rockets dealing. Building blocks salute says Karis LeVert to Detroit to replace Beasley. Yep. Yeah, that looks like that's on the cards, man. You know what's going to happen, man? Someone might get Beasley on the cheap. Let's say, they investigate, maybe he gets off with a slap on the wrist, or he gets off, or he's completely innocent and he gets off, and a team, and he's free to join a team, man, on a veteran's minimum, and builds his value back up. I could see that, man. Because no team's going to wait. Like, I mean, they can't sign him now until you know the outcome of the investigation. You're not going to commit money. So he's just going to sit there in free agency until, hopefully we get a resolution. Yeah, Capella to the Rockets, man. They're stacked. But who cares, man? We can knock them off. I think we can beat the Rockets still. I'll be looking forward to that matchup. Right. When are we going to get the schedule drop soon? Christmas Day. Hopefully the Knicks will be locked in to hopefully face the Pacers on Christmas Day. Oh yeah, there's no Halliburton, so they'll probably put Cleveland Knicks. What do you think, y'all? Give us your prediction. Who will the Knicks face on Christmas Day? They're going to give us Christmas Day again. We bring the ratings. So yeah, here it is. Karis LeVert agreed to a 2-year deal to the Pistons. So I think they're going to lose Timmy Hardaway. They're obviously going to lose Beasley, and they've lost Dennis Schroeder. So, not looking good. Not looking good for Detroit. Doesn't look like Malik Beasley will be on their squad unless the outcome comes out favorably and real quick. But look, they've got some money. I think they missed out on Ty Jerome, right? Where's Ty Jerome headed? Memphis. I thought Ty Jerome was going to be a guy that was going to go to Detroit, but I think he opted to go to Memphis instead, man. Where would y'all have gone? If you were Ty Jerome, would you see a pathway with Detroit in the East, or would you have gone to Memphis, where he went to? Cam Whitmore's good, yeah. They're going to have to, they're going to miss out on someone. Maybe they can't pay everyone. Susan says the Knicks will be at Christmas Day versus the Cavs. Yeah, I could see that. Christmas Day versus the Rockets will be lit. Maybe they'll opt with a double up and make the Knicks Spurs again. New York Knicks, San Antonio Spurs grudge match. Maybe they will try to, concoct the Philly sort of situation again, Maybe they'll hope that Philly are good again, make it Knicks Philly on Christmas Day. I can't see them doing Knicks Celtics again, not without the big names. David says Knicks Cleveland or Knicks Detroit. Yep. Don't know if Detroit's ready for Christmas Day game yet, but I could see them, making that playoff matchup again. Jay Supreme says Knicks Pacers Xmas Day. That could certainly happen too, man. I think we might get a surprise. Maybe Tatum might come back next season at some point. I don't think Halliburton's going to be able to come back unless it's like, I don't know, maybe like, they get deep into the playoffs again next season, and maybe he's like in a good situation, but it's risky. But Jason Tatum might have a little bit more time. I think he tore his Achilles like a month earlier. Do y'all think they're going to be out for the whole year, or do you think that they might make it back for the playoffs with the Achilles situation? Yeah, Orlando's a good shout. That's a good shout. Building blocks. I think Orlando, and I think Buzzer beat us earlier. Salute. Who do I think is one of the biggest challenges, threats? I think Atlanta and Orlando have made some good moves. Um, yeah, man. Breaking news: the Houston Rockets are signing Susan from the chat. The Houston Rockets are signing building blocks from the chat. They're signing everyone, man. Clint Capella, 3-year deal. Steven Adams, Sengun a deal. How many guys can they sign? How many centers? Jeff Green. Man. Next thing you know, they're going to get Nick Richards off the wave out. You know, it's crazy, man. Next thing you know, they'll be getting Al Horford as well. Breaking news, the Houston Rockets get Al Horford as well, man. They can play a starting 5 of big men. I mean, Emu Udoka's a madman. They've lost their mind right now. Maybe they think Kevin Durant's that, he's that, injury prone. He's that brittle that he's going to break down. David M says, at the pace Indiana plays at, they'll take their time bringing back Hallie. Yeah, I think that's true, man. It looked brutal, that one. I think the Tatum one has a chance to get back sooner because they did the surgery the same night, you know. They did the surgery in New York City at the, the Hospital of Special Surgery. So I think that could be a situation where he gets back. Yeah, franchise players, it's risky to bring these guys back too soon. So yeah, for those tuning in, salute. The New York Knicks are at the top of Jordan Clarkson's list when he, completes a waiver buyout. So there is expected to be a signing on behalf of the Knicks and Jordan Clarkson, strengthening our bench. But outside of that, there's been no other news just yet. The point guard situation is still one to look out for. Mutual interest with Tyus Jones. The Knicks have mutual interest in a Luke Kennard. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. There's been so many deals. I don't think I've seen a Luke Kennard deal yet. Russell Westbrook and the New York Knicks have mutual interest as well. But I think he'll probably go to the Kings. Yeah, Houston Rockets got that money. I think it's key to hit on a couple of draft picks so they can, you can contend with good talent on a rookie contract. And that way you can save money for the veterans right now. The Knicks went the free agency route. We have a couple of good players on rookie, players on cheaper deals that we drafted in Mitchell Robinson and Deuce. But they're bench guys and they're, more role players. The rest of the roster's, from free agency or a trade. So unfortunately, the Knicks cap situation is not as strong as the Rockets. But they are, they are stretched right now. They're paying everyone. Yeah, the Texas teams are stacked right now. Simon says, what can we do to get Mo Wagner? He's better than Precious. Yeah, 100% agree. So Mo Wagner was on an $11 million deal and just got declined. So I think the Orlando Magic are going to try to bring him back at a lower number, and I think probably the taxpayer mid-level exception, which is around 6 million, and that's the same as the Knicks have. So I think the Knicks have a shot. We might try to go for Al Horford. I think the Knicks are going to have to offer the 5.7 though, if they are going to get Mo Wagner. I think that's his pricing range right now. Asking price is around 6 million. But we're stacking bigs in terms of Huck Porty signed, James Nagy. We've got Mitch still on the roster as well, so we might not be, we might not really be looking for, a Mo Wagner. We'll see. I think he would be a solid two-way player, though. He can defend at a higher level and score as well. I think he's a very underrated player. He's Mo Wagner as well. But yeah, Karis LeVert going to the Pistons. So yeah, there's a little bit of shuffling of the decks with Celtics and Indiana, and I do think Detroit might regress a little bit. I mean, Malik Beasley was huge for them, and also losing their other player, losing Schroeder. Schroeder and Beasley are huge. Karis LeVert, he's solid, but he doesn't make up for what they're missing. So I think the Pistons might not be a threat for the Knicks next season. Orlando and ATL, I think will make a step up. Okay, so we have a little update on the cap situation with the Capella signing. So Yossi Gosland saying here that it does not look like the Rockets have enough remaining in their mid-level to sign Clint Capella. It looks like a sign and trade is coming, either with this deal or for the Dorian Finney-Smith deal. And as I said, look out for the Jock Landale situation. His $8 million non-guaranteed deal, I think, will be sent out in a trade somewhere. Fam. Look, he could be a serviceable backup center for another team. Jock Landale could be part of this bigger trade, and a team could absorb his non-guaranteed deal at 8 million. So I think that's the way that the Rockets are going to free up some money right now. Okay, we've got an update from Brian Windhorst on the LeBron situation, guys. We bring you the news as it comes through. Brian Windhorst saying, I don't mean this to be controversial. It's just true. This is the beginning of the end with the Lakers for LeBron James. So, mixed messaging coming out. But obviously, I mean, LeBron's, 39, 40? It's the end of his career coming up, basically. But understandably, I could see him on another team this upcoming season. Maybe he plays out one more year with LA and then he signs for one more year next season. I don't know. But I think he doesn't want to waste another year. He wants to compete. So, I mean, what are they going to do? Could there be a possible buyout? I know he opted in. He opted into that deal, and he was, well within his rights to opt in and get the 50 million. But the trade market is going to be extremely, extremely limited for LeBron James at 50 million. So that's, it's no surprise that he might end up leaving. Yeah, Luke Cornett, man, as a backup center earning, 11 million. So a lot of these teams spending on a backup center. We got our backup center, man. He's a demon, and he's on a very minimum contract right now. Ariel Hukporty, James Nagy, right? Assuming Mitch might start next to Cat, right? We're drafting our backup centers right now under a cost control deal too. Okay, looks like you guys are buzzing, building blocks and Darren onto it with Brooke Lopez, right? Brooke Lopez headed to the white side of LA, and the Clippers. Let's dial this up, man. I don't know why people are still paying big money for Brooke Lopez, man. This guy should be a minimum signing right now. I don't want to sound salty, but Brooke Lopez should be a minimum signing, man. He literally cannot move his feet, man. He's got bricks on his feet for the last 2 years now. But the Clippers don't care, man. They got Steve Ballmer out there. They're trying to compete in an arms race. Lopez has agreed to a 2-year, $18 million deal with LA, and he's going to be getting some major minutes. But obviously they've got what's his name? Ivica Zubac. They've got Ivica Zubac as the starting center. He'll back them up. 2-year, $9 million deal, man. Like I said, I just go back to what we've got, man. You got all these teams paying $10 million for a backup center that can't move their feet. We're in a good spot. We're in a good spot, man. Mitchell Robinson, starting center, he's only earning 15 mil this season, 14 mil, and our backups on a minimum. But obviously, Karl Anthony Towns is the forward big man as well, is earning his contract, right? Yeah, Brooke Lopez, that's crazy, that deal. Laker fans wanted Lopez, says Junior Star. Yeah, but the Lakers, they're going to get DeAndre Ayton now on a buyout. Things change, you know. Like, we might have been headed to get Tyus Jones or Malcolm Brogdon, but we get Jordan Clarkson on a buyout. That might change what we do. You know, you can't anticipate who gets bought out. You know, LeBron James might get bought out. Imagine if he could just choose where he wants to go. I mean, you can't say no to LeBron James if he wants to come to you from a buyout. You know, it's a buyout. Susan says LeBron sells seats, period. Yeah, you know, Leon Dolan and all of that. Going to be watching and waiting to see what happens. I feel, man. We're going to find out, man, how married to Karl Anthony Towns they are, or Mikal Bridges. I'm still skeptical that there will be a move made with Cat or Bridges, but Leon Rose will shake it up. You know, he's not scared of making major moves. David says, don't forget, Mike Brown coached LeBron James. Yep, definitely. I don't know how cool it ended. Like, remember Ty Lue? Mike Brown was the first go around. That's right. When LeBron came the second time, it was David Blatt, wasn't it? Was Mike Brown the second time in Cleveland as well, or just the first time? Because I know something didn't work out with a coach, and then they had to get Ty Lue. Yeah, I think James might have got him fired, man, with that situation, and then Ty Lue had to come in. Michael Drake says, CT, that's too much on LeBron James. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it was Blatt, then Ty Lue. Look, I'm not saying it can't work. You know, time heals all wounds with that situation. Yeah, I was waiting I was waiting for Bill Simmons to lose it, man. Maybe they need to get Time Lord back in Boston. Bill Simmons says the Rockets have 3 starting centers and the Celtics have Nemus Keita. Might start drinking. Oh, man. Let me reply, man. There's always Nick Richards. There's always Nick Richards or Mark Williams. There's always Nick Richards or Mark Williams, Bill. Man, how do you lose out on Luke Cornett, man? You made Luke Cornett into something and he flees you for the bag, man. I'd feel dirty. I'm not going to lie, man. I'd feel dirty if I developed Luke Cornett and then he left. You know, he left for a major bag. Kristaps I can understand because he can't stay healthy. Man, from what we're seeing with all these buyouts, man, in 2 or 3 years, at a relatively young age, I would not be surprised if Kristaps Porzingis is one of those guys like Russell Westbrook that just bounces around, on a buyout. Man, I've been saying it, man. Kristaps loves New York and loves the Knicks fans, If and when Kristaps is done on these guaranteed contracts, and I could see him want to come back to New York, on a minimum, whether or not he's, worth it or whether or not he can stay healthy. But, I think Kristaps going to be a guy that, teams are just not going to be paying guaranteed money in a couple of years because, it's too risky. Susan says, I really don't think it's going to be Mike Brown. Leon Pokerface Rose never talks about his coaches, his choices. Agree. I think there can be a lot of smoke, but I do think that there's a good chance it's Brown because William Wesley, Leon's not the only one making decisions now. William Wesley is basically his sidekick. They're a duo now. And William Wesley's a highly ranking executive in the Knicks front office now. We've heard over the years, he banged his fist. He wanted Emmanuel Quickley, and they drafted Emmanuel Quickley. He does have a very strong opinion in the front office. William Wesley was able to push the Tibbs firing a long way, all the way to Dolan, and then Leon had to, heavily consider, and ultimately he started it. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I'm okay if it's Taylor Jenkins or Mike Brown. I think they're not perfect. I just think we need to get on with it and lock someone in, right? Look, Mike Canori, he might deserve a second interview. I wouldn't be mad at it. He's got the experience with Karl Anthony Towns. He had a good little stretch, filling in for Chris Finch, when he shredded his knee. I think Mike Canori would be a solid flyer to take. James Borrego, I'm not sold that, I wouldn't take a chance on him just yet. We'll see what plays out. They might not be done. They might be throwing more names at us. Yeah, Brook Lopez, man, getting guaranteed money, man. That's crazy, man. You could just be a mannequin, a 7-foot mannequin that stands out there on the court and get yourself an $18 million deal. Man, the NBA is crazy. The NBA is crazy right now, man. Brook Lopez, man. I mean, I'd rather Ariel Hukporti than Brook Lopez, man. I'm not just saying this as a Knicks fan, right? One guy is agile, quick, fast, athletic, you know, earning a minimum contract. And Brook Lopez is a guy that is basically, in retirement soon, earning 18 million. Yeah, the Rockets are stacked with the big men situation. So Dennis Schroeder, man, headed to the Kings. Good for him, man. I was talking about Schroeder bouncing around. He's finally found some money, stayed out of trouble, and found a bag. Malik Beasley fumbled the bag right now. Would y'all be interested in Tim Hardaway again if he was bought out? If Tim Hardaway was bought out or would sign for the exception, would y'all be interested in some scoring and shooting with Tim Hardaway again? On a cheap deal, not on his current deal and not for a trade, but on a cheap deal. Let us know your thoughts, guys, in the chat. Here is some of the better free agents still available. Schroeder's gone. Chris Paul's gone. Malcolm Brogdon, Westbrook. The Knicks still could be looking at Russell Westbrook. We'll wait to see what happens with that. I think Nickeil Alexander-Walker is going to get a major deal with the Atlanta Hawks, I do think. Grimes is returning. Bruce Brown's returning. Cam Thomas is restricted. Brooklyn don't need to pay him too much. Now, some interesting small forwards. Taurean Prince, Amir Coffey, Jabari Walker, and Torrey Craig. I'll be interested in any of those names, fam. What do y'all think? Taurean Prince, Coffey, Jabari Walker, and Torrey Craig. Yabusele still hasn't got his bag yet. Chris Boucher is an interesting name as well. Most of these bigs are out of limits now. Miles Turner's going to return. Yeah, I'll be interested in these names, man. They can defend. Jabari Walker, Torrey Craig, Amir Coffey, and Taurean Prince. They can defend. D. Grant says no to Hardaway. No to Timmy Werewolf Hardaway. Yeah, that's a funny celebration. No to James Borrego, says Michael. Yep. Michael says, yeah, Taurean Prince, CT. Good one, man. Maybe let's keep the Milwaukee guys together. Let's get Gary Trent. Let's get Gary Trent and Taurean Prince, man. That'd be solid. If we came out of this situation with Jordan Clarkson on a buyout, Gary Trent on the exception, and Taurean Prince as well, that'd be good, man. That'd be good bench depth. Simon says, I'd do McCall for Austin Reeves and Devo in a 3-team trade. Yeah, man, that'd be hard to pull off, but definitely take Reeves and Devo combined. But yeah, I don't know how the money's going to fit. What's good, Shay? Says we need to do something ASAP. Why are we always behind? We don't have much money, man. These other teams have got cap space, but we have done something, and that is to basically we're waiting for the official buyout, but we are getting Jordan Clarkson. Where we at? Yeah, so the Knicks will land Jordan Clarkson off the buyout. See, I wasn't expecting too much on day one. It's better than getting Russell Westbrook. in my opinion. So Jake Fish is reporting Atlanta and Minnesota are in active conversations on a sign and trade for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So smart business from Minnesota. They know that Nickeil Alexander-Walker was going to go to Atlanta, but at least they're going to get something out of it now. I don't know. Maybe they could get that the Vrit wing guy from Europe. They might be able to get something out of that deal. Yeah, free agency's changed, guys, because of the new CBA. New CBA's changed the game, but there's been a lot of deals. Not a lot of big names changing hands. The extensions will continue to come. I think Devin Booker's going to get his 150 million. Mikal Bridges and Mitchell Robinson. I think I'll guess to say that one of them will at least get their extension, maybe both. But I do think one of them will get the extension at least. Yabusele and Boucher are interesting. Yeah, Yabusele would fill the need of the power forward spot. But let's take a look at the roster right now. Who else could get some of those minutes? I mean, OG at the 4. Is Hart going to have to play more minutes at the 4? Does Pacome Dardier play some minutes at the 4? I'm looking at free agency as well. Yabusele should be a guy we look at, man. Mo Wagner, Now, I might say that name quite a lot, guys, but I'm not a big Mo Wagner guy, but I think for his game, I think it's a solid addition. Mo Wagner can play the 4 and the 5, can score a little bit to bring some of that feistiness to some of that craziness. So it looks like the Celtics, man, they're finding some guys off the scrap heap, and it looks like they've found a big man. Let's take a look at who the Boston Celtics have landed, man. Free agent center Luka Garza has agreed to a 2-year, $5.5 million fully guaranteed deal with the Boston Celtics. Luka Garza, right? He's just going to be an innings eater. Look, Boston don't care next season, man. I think they're just gonna see how high they can finish, see if they can be like a giant killer until Tatum gets back. Yeah, they needed to do something. I think the trade market for Mikal Bridges is not great either. I think you give up 5 first-round picks. I think the best value in Mikal is to keep him and just, try to help us win. He might not be the level of Mikal that we had hoped or even get back to that level, but if he helps us win a championship by playing a role and he contributes, that's why we traded those picks for, Our timeline is right now. Our timeline is right now. So, we got to capitalize. We can't waste time. If you trade out Mikal, then you've got to guarantee that those pieces coming in, are just as helpful. And find a team that's willing to give him his extension too. So, look, it's a package deal with Hart, with Brunson and all of that. We just have to get the best out of him. But so far, the Rockets have won free agency, man. They've even managed to keep Aaron Holiday and Jeff Green, all of their free agents. They kept Fred VanVleet on the cheap. Luckily, they're out west, and the East is wide open. The East is wide open for us right now, and we're in a good spot. I don't want us to get Russell Westbrook as much, but Look, if it's a veterans minimum, I won't be mad at it. But yeah, I like the Jordan Clarkson pickup. But I think we could have done a lot worse. Um, and the Bucks obviously get weaker as well. Um, so the Bucks losing some of their pieces, Brook Lopez, Giannis. They've got Bobby Portis back on a deal, but Giannis, they've got Jericho Sims. Bobby Portis and Jericho Sims are their big guys right now. Um, Giannis has to get to the point where he's like, you know, we got some fake Ian Begley accounts going around even, man. People trying to pull a fast one on us, man. There's fake Ian Begley accounts talking about the Knicks going in for Malik Monk with the potential acquisition of Mike Brown. Man, yeah. People are just playing right now. Look, this is the free agency that the players wanted, man. They wanted extra money. They wanted secure money. This is their free agency now. You get your money, stay with your teams. That's why I think the NBA draft is key, right? Outside of the NBA draft, there's no other situation where you can choose whoever the hell you want, right? You got all these players from a draft, and you, as a franchise, can decide which player you want to select. Free agency and trading it's a crapshoot. Most of y'all got to retain your free agents and be lucky to do that. When it comes to draft, you can position yourself to get what you need. So major deals dropped with Nickeil Alexander Walker, and he's headed to the Atlanta Hawks, man. For a 4-year deal, man, that's great for a role player. $62 million over 4 years with the Hawks, plus a player option and kicker as well. You kidding me? We're giving out trade kickers now to Nickeil Alexander Walker. Man, that's stupid. Player option as well. Man, they're outbidding themselves. No one's going to give Alexander Walker that kind of deal with a player option and a trade kicker as well, man. It's a very players-centric league, and the players are swimming in money. Yeah, Susan, the Celtics are not much of a factor this season, but I think they'll still be competitive. They've still got Jaylen Brown, Derek White. They brought in Anthony Simons. As I said last night with Mikal Bridges, my philosophy is that we're gonna get we're gonna get an uptick with Mikal. I'm buying on an uptick because the coaching situation, he played too many minutes, and I think if he's more fresh towards the end of the season with better depth, to back these guys up, these guys should be more healthy. Yeah, when it comes through. So I think we will be positioned for another deep playoff run, and I'm excited to see if we can continue to add to our depth. Look, Clarkson's going to take a lot of stress off Deuce McBride, in the playoffs, man. He's another threat. He's not a flawless basketball player by any means, but he's a sharpshooter. He's a threat. Think about what the Indiana Pacers were able to do, man. Sagging off certain guys. Just another threat on the basketball floor that can dribble, that can play make as well. And I know Jordan Clarkson's had interest in the Knicks for a while. I think he's had an interest in playing in New York City. for a while. Obviously, the Filipino community as well. Neymar says, I think it's Mike Brown. And yeah, D Grant, Michael Porter Jr. headed to the Nets for Cam Johnson. That was probably the craziest trade of tonight, because the Nuggets send the Nets an unprotected 2032 pick, man. It's like they don't care. They're like, the Joker will be done by then. We're going to blow it up. We're going for it right now with Cam Johnson. Look, now that I think about it, salute to them. Salute to the Nuggets for going for it, because while you still have Joker in his prime, you still have Jamal Murray in their prime. You add a Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, Christian Brown. Michael Porter was too erratic, too streaky. You got Aaron Gordon as well. I mean, you might not be as good as the Rockets, but you can damn compete. You can push them. With the Joker now, Cam Johnson added, to the mix. So I'm never going to write off the Nuggets, while Murray and the Joker are still there. But they're probably going to be a second round out. What do y'all think? Look, I think it's a great trade for the Brooklyn Nets still as well, because they don't care about winning, and they're getting a 20 guys. They're getting a 2032 unprotected pick. That's why they're doing it, fam. They don't want Michael Porter Jr. They're absorbing his salary. That's it. They're basically turning Cam Johnson into a pick that's a high chance to be a top 5 pick. In 2032. That's a huge asset. That's an asset that's going to land them a superstar when they're able to, to make an all-in move. They're going to be able to say to Milwaukee, hey, if Giannis is available, we've got all these picks, including the Denver Nuggets 2032 unprotected pick. They're asset collecting right now. And so I think it's beneficial for both sides. So in the sign and trade with Minnesota for Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta, the Timberwolves are getting a future second and cash considerations in the sign and trade. So that's solid, man. You end up losing Nickeil, but you end up with a second round pick and some cash. Sometimes these sign and trades are solid, because you're going to lose an asset anyway. So Trae Young was vocal and active in recruiting Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Atlanta. Sources tell Chris Haynes. Yep. So the Atlanta Hawks are making some serious moves now. Got Kristaps Porzingis, Nickeil Alexander-Walker as well, right? Where do you put the Atlanta Hawks, man? They're trying to go for it. They're trying to go all in, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Mike Brown is our guy. You got Cole Anthony still on the waiver wire as well. Yeah, we've got some fans keenly waiting and watching to see what plays out with the rest. What are we at now? 2.5 hours, fam. We've got over 100 in the building still. Smash that like button. You've got the Knicks streets buzzing. D says ATL don't have enough. Yeah, defensively you could still attack Trae Young. Their center depth is still suspect because Kristaps, is he going to be healthy? They've lost Clint Capella now. Who else have they got? Who's Atlanta's big man outside of Kristaps? I know they've got the good young talent, Jalen Johnson, Reese Shea. Yeah, they're still suspect. I think they've taken a step up though, but I would not be surprised if even the Boston Celtics can still compete with them. You know, Boston Celtics aren't going to drop off that much. Tatum, he jacks up a lot of threes, but they will continue to generate good offense. With their main guys. Tim Reynolds of the Associated Press says ATL has joined Orlando. In the East is there for the taking. Go for it now, club. Will the Chicago Bulls join them, man? Chicago Bulls might think that they've still got a chance. LeBron, Giannis, there's still some names to fall, man. Cole Anthony might choose a contender and make that team stronger. If I'm Cole Anthony, I'll probably go to Boston, to be honest. You're going to get a lot of minutes. No Drew Holiday no more, fam. Where do you think Cole Anthony should go? If I'm Cole Anthony, I might even look at Detroit. I know they've got Jaden Ivey in that, but they've lost Schroeder. Actually, I hate to say it, but I think Cole Anthony should look at Indiana. I mean, you might have the whole year to be the starting point guard, or be at the least be the backup for Andrew Nembhard. And get 20, 30 minutes a night. Rick Carlisle plays his guys. So yeah, we have breaking news as well with Tyus Jones. Let's bring this up now. That was no surprise, as I heard last night from the Stein line, Mark Stein, that Tyus Jones was interested in Orlando. Those two have been flirting with each other for a minute. So yeah, Tyus Jones has agreed to a 1-year, $7 million deal with Orlando. I mean, the Knicks can't compete with that, so I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. The Knicks couldn't pay $7 million. The Knicks could only offer the 5.7 or a vet's minimum deal. But another bigger name off the board now. I know this is one of Buzzer Beater's guys. Yeah, Buzzer Beater says, "Damn, Tyus Jones is gone." I think there's options if we want to bring in some more ball handling guards, fam. But I like what we have at the moment. When you add Clarkson as well, he's another guy that will dominate the basketball. The Knicks might just be overly high on Tyler Kolek, or they might just be planning to make another move. Malcolm Brogdon, Dante Exum, some other names. They might be working on a trade to try to get Dante DiVincenzo back. This is a long, episode, guys. This is day one of free agency. The money will dry up for certain free agents. Gary Trent, Luke Kennard, Trey Mann is still out there. Seth Curry is still out there. Cole Anthony is still out there as well. One of my vet minimum spots, I would be happy to offer that to Seth Curry. You need another a lights out knockdown shooter out there, and you could pair that with Brunson and Cat. Trey Mann is a guy I would look at as well. So yeah, IQ, man, he got paid, and his salary's too steep. His salary's too steep for me. So Bill Simmons, man, having a meltdown. They've ended up with Luka Garza. They've ended up with Luka Garza. What's good, Knicks Nation? The streets are buzzing, man. Day one, free agency. Not as big as we used to have it, man. I remember those days, man, when what um, Blake Griffin, man, was locked in a room by the Clippers, man. Look, day one looks like we end up with one player. We've got to make it official, but Jordan Clarkson is a guy. I think a guy that will help us. Not a perfect fit, but I think better than Westbrook. What do y'all think? Would y'all have preferred Westbrook? Um, Jordan Clarkson's younger though, and I think we'll get that done, man. I think, look, given the fact that people were looking to give up an asset for Colin Sexton, getting Clarkson on that deal, on a vet minimum, will help our situation. Maybe save some money for somebody else, right? As a confirmation from Ian Begley that Jordan Clarkson, once he clears waivers, the Knicks will be at the top of his list, ladies and gentlemen. Yet D. Grant prefers Jordan Clarkson as well. We just got to rein him in, keep his minutes maybe at 15 to 18 minutes. Yeah, it's a long stretch over the season as well. There's injuries. Let's say one of our scorers goes down. He can always come into the starting lineup and take on a scoring role if there's an injury. It's always good to have, more options. One thing I want to see out of Mikal Bridges this year, guys, is Mikal needs to take over the offense at times when Brunson's off the floor. That's one way to get more value out of Mikal Bridges. He might not be the 3-point shooter he used to be or the lockdown defender that we hoped, but he's still a guy that can explode for 12 points in 3 minutes. And we need to like bring that out in him. We need to hone in on that. That fourth quarter against Boston in game 4, when Tatum went down. That's something we need to to tap into with the Mikal Bridges. We'll see. Junior Star says Clarkson is solid. Still need a playmaker point guard on the bench though. Yeah, the backup could be DeLon Wright. The backup plan could be DeLon Wright still, but I'm sure they'll look at nailing, a veteran. Brogdon, possibility. The Miami Heat are fairly quiet as well. A lot of people keeping their powder keg dry for Giannis. Let's not forget about that, man. There's some bigger names that could drop in free agency, ladies and gentlemen. Day one was a whole lot of names, but people just staying with their teams. A couple of solid role players moving. But yeah, Tyus Jones headed to Orlando on a 1-year, $7 million deal. Could we be keeping our exception for Luke Kennard? Right, he is a name that the New York Knicks have interest in. And he has not been signed yet. Where was the update? Here we are. The Rockets, well, they don't have the money no more. The Pistons, I don't think they have really the money. Pacers, Magic, Nuggets, Clippers, and the Knicks all expected to show interest in Luke Kennard. I mentioned role is going to play a big role with Luke Kennard because yeah, he might be able to go to some of these teams for a little bit more money, but the Knicks can offer him significant, reps off the bench. So I think that could drop real soon, man. He won't want the money to dry up right now. He's probably taken a few meetings. I think we might hear a Luke Kennard update drop at some point today. What do y'all think? Neymar says, can we bring Dante back? I think it's possible if we're aggressive enough throughout the season. Might need to be an in-season trade. But I do know Minnesota really like Dante. He'll be a free agent after next season. Not this one, but the season after next, he'll be a free agent. We'll still have the Villanova core. Maybe we'll be able to get back below the first apron and offer him, a bigger deal. Let's see how it plays out. I'm sure we can replace his shooting with some other guys as well. I love Dante, but as long as we can get a similar type player for his production, we'll be in a good spot. Yes, Boston, man, they're kind of on the back burner right now. Luka Garza is going to be their starting center right now, and Neemias Queta, after losing out on Luke Cornett. Although they've still got Al Horford technically. We'll see if Al Horford goes. It does look like Al Horford has got a lot of interest. Now, the Knicks are still expected to show interest in Russell Westbrook, per Mark Stein. So there's still a chance, man. Maybe you get your playmaker in Russell Westbrook and Jordan Clarkson, man. That'll be a lot of spiciness off the bench. That'd be crazy. If we had Deuce McBride, Josh Hart, Jordan Clarkson, and Russell Westbrook. Man, that'd be crazy. Now, what are we going to do at the power forward spot? Do one of these dudes impress? Like, does James Nagy, impress enough to make the roster spot? Do they think Pacome Dardier can play some minutes at the 4? I know Kevin McCullough can guard some 4s as well, but he's undersized. But he is bigger than Josh Hart. So, Hart's been 6'4". He's been guarding the power forward spot for a little while. Maybe if you just stock up your center depth, OG and Karl Anthony Towns can eat up most of the 4 minutes, You've got Mitch, you've got Huck Porty and James Nagy as guys that could play most of the 5. And, maybe OG and Cat. The name that comes to mind, guys, is Yabusele. Yabusele is the name that comes to mind for the power forward spot. Or maybe the last guy on the right that you see from San Antonio, Mamu Karachvili, or however you pronounce it, man, apologize. But he lit us up for 40 points, man, off the bench. That was one of the craziest games I've ever seen, man. Dirty Dancer's in the building. Good to hear your opinion on the Clarkson situation. Dirty says Clarkson is a big win as long as it's for the minimum and they can use the TPE on another guy. Yeah. Hopefully not Russ. Would you want Russ, Dirty? Would you think Clarkson and Russ is just too much crazy? Or would it be perfect complement together? Our war with Clutch is over, right? Stay tuned. What do y'all think about LeBron? Does he stay in LA? Put the Knicks thing aside. Like, I'm not trying to angle LeBron to the Knicks, but just Knicks aside. Does LeBron James start this season on LA, or does LeBron James start the season somewhere else? I'm leaning towards he's not going to be on LA. You know, doesn't look like it. You know, he doesn't want to waste another year. Buzzer Beater says CT. Which team has improved the most so far? I think it's between the Houston Rockets and the Atlanta Hawks, fam. But the Atlanta Hawks has a big asterisk because, you know, Kristaps Porzingis could look really good in the regular season, and then he has the ability to be a non-factor when the playoffs come. But maybe a honorable mention is the Orlando Tragic. You know, maybe they've upgraded to become the Orlando Magic. Now, they used to be the Orlando Tragic. Right now, they got some complementary pieces. They lose Cole Anthony. Dirty says you want irrational confidence all over the bench. Yeah, I really feel like you take more responsibility away from Deuce McBride to handle the ball, and you will actually get more production out of Deuce McBride as a scorer if you take that responsibility away. Whether it's Russell, whether it's Brogdon, Dante Exum, Trey Mann, someone else that that can come in and play with some more ball handling, or Kolek. I don't want to forget about my guy, Tyler Cardiac. Hopefully he can give some defenders some cardiac. I think we have to make a decision this year. We will know, all that we need to know about Tyler Kolek, because he's not got a whole lot of upside. Like, he is what he is right now, I feel. And obviously he'll get more experience in the NBA, but his size and strength limitations, we'll find out whether or not he can, his playmaking and shooting can override some of those weaknesses. Yeah, Michael Drake says Cole Anthony over Russ. Johnny says, how is Clarkson's D? Pause. Haven't watched enough games, but it's not great. It's not great, but I just think, yeah, he's real productive as a scorer, efficient, 36% from downtown. Can play at a good speed. We don't need a whole lot of minutes from him as well, because we got Deuce, we got Josh Hart. I just think it'll be the perfect option if Brunson misses some games. If Mikal Bridges is tired. I do think a guy like a Jordan Clarkson will help us a lot, because he's a bucket, and sometimes you just need to win games by outscoring the opponent. Sometimes defense isn't as important if you just outscore the opponent. So yeah, Nigel Hayes Davis has got a deal. Right, that's not really worth getting into too much, man. God bless him, but I'm not familiar with his game right now. So we have Tyus Jones off the board, but the Knicks will have their exception. Luke Kennard, Gary Trent, Yabusele, Mo Wagner, some of the bigger names that I would spend it on. Heck, if Trey Mann, given the fact that Trey Mann was so productive, I would be tempted to use it on him, if that could keep him from going to a contender. What do y'all think about Trey Mann? Tyrell, we can get Clarkson and Westbrook, definitely. We have Clarkson basically already. It's just not able to be confirmed yet. It's just going to basically be a formality. But yeah, if Russ wants to come here, I think he'll be down with taking the minimum. Hopefully we don't have to spend the exception on Jordan Clarkson, because he's already getting bought out. So I think he's going to earn that. He's going to earn his full salary with the Utah Jazz. We're just going to make up the difference. with his new salary. Um, James L says, my theory while we haven't signed anyone is we're waiting for the cash to dry up and to steal contracts, to get steal contracts. Yeah. Or we're waiting for LeBron, we're waiting for Giannis. We really don't have a lot to spend. So it's not like we're going to come out gung-ho signing everyone, you know. I'm kind of surprised that we got this Jordan Clarkson deal done already, kind of coming out. But hopefully we can lock down some good veteran minimums, like you said, you know, when the money dries up. You know, there will be more buyouts, guys, you know. You know, Malcolm Brogdon might end up getting bought out. Who else? But look, Gary Trent. Look, if Gary Trent leaves Milwaukee, man, Giannis will be furious. He'll be ready to fly to New York City ASAP. You know, he's left there with Bobby Portis and who else? And Kevin Porter Jr. I'm surprised. Maybe surprising move of the night. Ty Jerome went to Memphis. Now he had a few other options. Got paid well. Al Horford, I think, might get a higher value deal somewhere out in Golden State after losing Kevon Looney. But yeah, I'm super happy that the Celtics are bugging right now. What else have we got next? Nigel Hayes Davis. What do y'all think about some of our stash guys as well? Right. What if the Knicks got interested in offering Rokas a training camp deal? You know, he's probably better than some of these lackluster free agents on the minimum. You know? Yeah, about the LeBron thing, I don't think he's going to end up staying in LA. Dirty will take Horford or Westbrook. I'm just trying to picture how these bench lineups are going to look like with Westbrook. You know, it's going to be what Westbrook, Deuce, Clarkson, Hart, and Mitch or whatever, and then I guess the rookies don't get much of an opportunity anymore. McCullough, Dardier can't really get into the rotation, I think, with that point. But yeah, more ball handling. Yeah, look, Giannis ain't going to contend at all. F the kids. Johnny says yes to Trey Mann. He's the man. Leon was interested during the draft, I think. Yeah, and yeah, Charlotte have made some moves, you know. He's surplus to their needs. They got LaMelo Ball. They got Con Kneppel. That's why I got both guys on the graphic. I think we could steal both of the Charlotte duo of Seth Curry and Trey Mann. You know who should be all over the Trey Mann move is Miami. Miami Heat. They're the quintessential swoop in on a high ceiling, you know, underutilized guy. You know, won't be surprised if Pat Riley comes in, offers Trey Mann a $10 million deal or something, man, and he's their marquee signing. He'd be one of their marquee guys. Pat Riley hasn't done anything, man. People are clowning Leon Rose as sleeping right now. Think about what the Heat fans... What are the Heat fans saying right now? Tyler Hero and Bam are their guys. Looks like Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker are about to consummate a 2-year, $150 million max. Man. Incredible, man. Never thought I'd see the day where one guy is earning $75 million. That has to be the largest contract, I think, in NBA history. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I like Phoenix missing out on Luke Cornett, right? They've been stranded. having to rescue the situation with Luka Garza. Susan says Giannis is waiting to see what happens with the Bucks. Yeah, I think he's allowing what I think is holding up the Giannis trade request. It's no point coming out and creating this PR storm if teams aren't in a good position to trade for him yet. So I think he's, I don't know, through back channels, or he's just waiting for the right time for maybe teams to position, and then he'll bang come out with the request. Bang, Shams bomb. Giannis Antetokounmpo has officially informed the Milwaukee Bucks that he's looking for his next chapter. New York City, New York Knicks at the top of his list, along with the LA Lakers or something like that. Trey Mann's back injury is a little concerning, considering Jordan Clarkson has missed some time with the plantar as well. D. Grant says looks like LBJ is going to go to the Nuggets. That'll be cool. That'll be a surprise. I think you'll want to try to get out of the West though. Yet 2-year, $150 million for Devin Booker coming up. The owner doesn't care over there. They're just trying to fill seats right now. They're trying to sell tickets. But my goodness. Unbelievable, man. 75 mil per. Is crazy, man. Like, wonder if we'll get to the day where Jalen Brunson is able to get that kind of money. Probably not, because his current contract, the extension, that'll take Jalen Brunson till he's, 32? 31, 32, 33, or maybe the cap goes up. What do y'all think? Anyone more, comfortable with the cap than I am? Do you think when Brunson's current extension ends, he'll position himself to get a bigger extension, and by then the cap will go up? I could see Brunson definitely on a $50 million per year deal. By the time he's 31, 32, hopefully he's still at an all NBA level. I think he still will be, because he's not, his game is not based on athleticism or anything like that. Brunson plays off of 2 feet. I think Brunson will be one of those guys like Russell Westbrook, where he's 36 still, in someone's rotation, still in the league, still can create a shot, still can shoot. Houston Rockets fans are pleading for Luke Kennard to go take the minimum and go to them. That would be crazy, and win a ring right now. Next season's wide open, man. This season was a great year to steal that championship, but OKC, they might have stole one, because it might not be a guarantee that they get back. The Nuggets could take out OKC for us. That would be good. We have a good record against the Nuggets. Giannis wants to wait for us to lock in 2033 pick to ask out. Yeah, that would be very, very helpful. We need to unlock more of these picks. But I do think, look, Brooklyn getting that unprotected 2032, right? The balance of powers are going to shift right now. Once the East starts to get better and pick up more talent in the draft, the conferences will balance out. If the Brooklyn Nets can get their stuff together in the next 5 years, they'll have so much time to throw stuff against the wall and see what sticks. Orlando, I put Orlando probably ahead of Detroit. Definitely Orlando's leapfrog Detroit. They've got Tyus Jones now, Desmond Bane. I think they'll try to get back Mo Wagner. Uh, Mo Wagner would be definitely a guy I would try to steal. I think that will help. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, as we get later in the night, man, the deals are drying up and things are slowing down. What time is it in New York City now? It's only 10 to 9 right now in New York City. We start this free agency early at least. We don't have to stay up till midnight like we used to. And the deals were already agreed anyway. We'd have to stay up till midnight and the deals would already be done. It was crazy. Dennis Schroeder. Look, I don't know what Russell's gonna do. KC Hoops of the Bulls has said Kobe White has not been linked to many trade discussions. Okay, Kobe White has not been linked to many trade discussions. So, is Chicago going to pay him? Are they going to pay Josh Giddey? Right now, Al Horford is a top target for the Golden State Warriors. So that'll be great for us. It makes another team out east even weaker. Send Al Horford out west. All these teams trying to compete with each other out west. Simon says if we win the chip, Brunson will be a 3-year, $300 million contract. You know, even it won't even matter because when Brunson retires, James Dolan will he'll be celebrity row. He'll be alumni legend, presidente. He'll be a statue. You know, he might have a future front office position promised when he's retired. So whatever he makes during his playing career might not be anything. It might be chump change. Yeah, we spoke about the Luke Cornett signing. That was crazy. But shout out to San Antonio, man. That they couldn't even tank for more than a few seasons. It's like San Antonio is like we can't, we can't stand not being in the mix. We get Wembanyama. It's absolutely insane. Right. They go from David Robinson and Sean Elliott to Wembanyama. To Tim Duncan, Parker Ginobili, and then they fall, ass backwards into Wembanyama, and now all of a sudden they want De'Aaron Fox and they want to go all in. Because I guess if you're bad in the West, you can tank and successfully, and you can rebuild real quick. In the East, there's like 5-6 teams that suck every year, and it's hard to actually win the lottery. Dirty. It's hard for the team out East to really win the lottery. I mean, look at Philly. I don't have any sympathy for Philly, but how many picks did they blow, man? They had Jahlil Okafor, Michael Carter-Williams, Nerlens Noel, Ben Simmons, Embiid, Zaire Smith. I'm missing another guy. And they still haven't won a championship. Susan says, remember the February trade deadline. Yeah, that will be interesting, but I think trades are going to be more difficult now because the restrictions that teams have to actually make moves. You can't take back more money than you send out. There's certain restrictions and that. I think we will see a hell of a lot more buyouts. I think that's the story for me, guys. We've had Ayton bought out on a big contract. There's no trade market for Jordan Clarkson. Got to buy him out. That's going to be the workaround because teams are just going to be like, you know what? We'll sign this guy. If it doesn't work out, we just buy him out. If there's no trade market, there's no trade market. It becomes a hindrance to keep one of these veterans on your squad if they're if they're disgruntled, or you want to help their agency out and keep that relationship, or you don't want to piss off a new rookie and his agency by not giving him opportunities. Addition by subtraction. You're just going to have to end up buying these contracts out, and Portland, they didn't have the foresight. They gave DeAndre Ayton that contract, and then they didn't know they were going to draft all these centers. Hanson Yang and Kling Yang, the Kling Yang twins. Bobby Marks on ESPN suggested that the Bucks go for DeAndre Ayton. Yeah, they should, definitely. The Bucks should go for DeAndre Ayton. No doubt about it. Let's take a look at this. Projected rotation for, I think, the new favorites, the Houston Rockets, fam. What do y'all think about this, man? Starting lineup: Fred VanVleet, Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith, Sengun, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Dorian Finney-Smith, Tari Eason, and Steven Adams. That's pretty stacked. That's pretty loaded. I still think Oklahoma have a great chance next season, but Houston by far have the next best chance out of that, man. Reed Shepherd hasn't even scratched the surface yet. He could be an elite level scorer. Not sure about Wemby's condition, but I think he's having a good offseason so far. He's been traveling. Yeah, I do think OKC can still go blow for blow. Look, Fred VanVleet's not a great perimeter defender either. And there's still some young guys. Jabari Smith's not playoff proven yet. Şengün's a turnstile on defense as well. But what this graphic doesn't have is Clint Capella. If they were to get Luke Kennard as well. Conference final, Houston Rockets, OKC. I think that's going to be very, very likely. But I've never been more grateful to be in the East right now. Atlanta Hawks, we'll see if they can put it all together. I still don't believe in Trae Young in terms of taking a team to the top. Are they going to be very good? I think the Atlanta Hawks will be very solid with their young core. Nickeil Alexander-Walker does, address a big need after losing Hunter and, Karis LeVert. But Dyson Daniels, still needs to develop his offense. Reese Shea still young. Jalen Johnson's, he's big time. He could be an MIP candidate. We'll see. The Nuggets are still going to be around, man. I still like the Nuggets, but yeah, it's going to be very competitive out west. The Clippers, man. Nick Batum, what are they going to do? James Harden re-signed for a 2-year, $80 million deal. They just don't have enough, man. I'd be trading Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, getting all these picks, send some of those guys out east, and start a rebuild. What are y'all thinking about the Clippers right now? Kennard to the Hawks. That'll be interesting. Let's see what plays out. Ty Jerome to the Grizz. That was a surprise to me. I do think Sam Presti's probably going to be a hot target for one of the expansion franchises too. Maybe we'll see what happens. Yeah, the Knicks got Clarkson. They just can't make it official yet because he has to clear waivers first. After a buyout, you have to wait 48 hours to clear on the waiver wire. But once he clears waivers, the Knicks are at the top of his list. And so the writing is on the wall. It's just not official yet. The writing's on the wall. Clarkson will become a Knick. We just have to wait, another 20 or 48 hours for that to happen. I'm not mad about Trey Jones or Tyus Jones. I would like us to get more size. Look at Indiana with Nemhard and Neesmith. Okay, here's another buyout guy. Here's another guy that could be a target. What do y'all think? Cody Martin. The Phoenix Suns are waiving Cody Martin, making him a free agent. I think he'd be a solid vet off the bench. Cody Martin he's 6'6", got some size. Susan says Trey Young, the elf, is suspect. Man. No way, the Luke Kennard to Atlanta Hawks is legit? Don't tell me, man. Don't tell me it's legit. Let's see. Man, this is insane. Okay, Hawks star Trey Young reached out to Luke Kennard and Nickeil Alexander-Walker this evening to help recruit them to the franchise. 2 big wing gets for the Hawks as free agent sharpshooter Luke Kennard has agreed to a 1-year, $11 million deal with the Atlanta Hawks. Kennard has been one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA, and Atlanta are going for it. Atlanta, Orlando are going for it. Bam. So, Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Luke Kennard, solid pickups. Still don't think the Hawks are as good as us, but they've definitely closed the gap. They've definitely closed the gap. We can make some more moves, obviously. Yep. What would stop Jordan Clarkson from clearing waivers? No one. Basically, his agent. Basically, somebody could spend real money, but no one is going to. Basically, Simon. So, Clarkson, his agent, basically be like, no, we want to clear waivers. We want to go to the Knicks, and he will clear waivers and have his choice. Michael Drake says yes to Cody Martin on a vet minimum buyout. Dirty Dancer says Hawks have a lot of good players, but I don't see how they can mesh. Yeah, it's that classic case of things just look good on paper and, you just never know. I mean, are they great defenders? Nickeil Alexander-Walker is a good defender, but, he's a solid bench wing. But with our bench, with Deuce McBride, Clarkson, Hart, Mikal Bridges can play some minutes off the bench as well. Whoever else we add, Macomb Dardier. I mean, our starting 5 is still better than theirs. Cam from the Nets. Jimmy says Leon moves as fast as Tibbs did. Vet minimums aren't signing up right now, man. You got to wait for the money to dry up. Fam, that's how free agency always goes. People get the money first, and then you gotta be in position to get the bargain signings. That's where the Knicks are at. But thankfully, Clarkson got bought out, and we're able to add him into the mix. Man, this is a bucket getter, man. Don't sleep on the Clarkson pickup because 16 points a game, 36% from downtown. Too, I think he'll have a lot to prove as well with us, with the Knicks. Maybe this could be a couple of years of a relationship, and that's our bench solidified. So Okay, we have a couple of updates for y'all. So yeah, Luke Kennard basically is getting more than the 5.7 from Atlanta, and so the Knicks couldn't offer any more than that. So I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I know going to Atlanta sucks, but the East is definitely going to have to get some of these players. Now, in terms of the coaching search, guys, Mark Spears on ESPN right now is saying, I heard they're trying to get something done before Summer League starts. Mike Brown's name is rising. So there we have it, man. Mark Spears seems like he's got some sources closer to the Knicks front office. That makes sense. You obviously want your coaches in place before Summer League, definitely. Not that coach will be coaching Summer League, but you want to have your assistants and all of that lined up. And so Summer League starts on July 10. So within the next 7 days, I think we'll have the coach appointed, fam. In the next 7 days. And Mike Brown's name is rising. Who's it rising over? Is it already rising at the top? It does look like it, fam. D. Grant, not a fan. Dirty Dancer, not a fan of Mike Brown. Jimmy's not a fan either. So looks like it'll be somewhat of a polarizing hire right now. And look, I'm just connecting the dots here, guys. But what I've been told is William Wesley, has already proven in the past, but maybe more so even now. I don't know how much reporting's been done on this, but William Wesley has always had the ear of James Dolan. Is the power shifting a little bit between, Leon Rose, William Wesley, those two sharing the same opinions? Or is it more William Wesley's relationships and conviction, convincing the others? But yeah, he is a very high ranking official in the front office. So strong relationship with Mike Brown. But look, not to discredit Gerson Rosas or Leon Rose, this could be his hire as well. They could be more sold on Mike Brown as well. What I feel though is the Knicks feel like they can't take too many risks right now. Firing Thibodeau, they want to get further in the playoffs right now, and they want to go with a safer option. I think Taylor Jenkins would be a good choice, but from their perspective, maybe it's a little too risky. With less experience, only being the head coach with one club versus Mike Brown, who's been, the head coach, of multiple clubs, multiple situations as well. I would have gone with Micah Norrie, Taylor Jenkins, or Mike Brown over James Borrego. We'll see how it plays out. Susan says, we'll wait to find out. I don't believe the media at this stage. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll know in the coming days or two, because if Brown's name is rising, he's the official second interview coach so far. If we find out that Taylor Jenkins is getting a second interview, then it'll be on like Donkey Kong. And we might find out that it's a 2-horse race again. But we aren't hearing that about Taylor Jenkins. We're only hearing today that Mike Brown is leading and being the first person to get the second interview. Also, let's not discard that this could be a power play in relation to a major free agent. Relationships around the league, it's huge. And the Knicks could be lining up a future move or trying to position themselves for a major move, for a major free agent like a Giannis or a LeBron or somebody else. And from their perspective, they might be like, okay, Mike Brown's name is popping more than Taylor Jenkins' name. That's a chance. That's a possibility. We'll wait and find out, guys. But I mean, yeah, look, J Kidd was their first choice. Um, Feels kind of similar to back when Steve Kerr was the first choice, and they ended up with um with Derek Fisher. Remember that, man. As also James Edwards confirms, Kennard would get more than the 5.7. Atlanta is absolutely loading up for a run. Look, Atlanta have a lot of sharpshooters off their bench before, so I don't think Kennard's gonna like upgrade some of the former Hawks bench. They used to have Bojan Bogdanovic um, or not Bojan Bogdan. They had Bogdan Bogdanovic, man. He was a crazy shooter. So Luke Kennard, man, he's a turnstile on defense. I don't think this is a needle moving move. It's a solid addition. They also used to have what's his name? They had the Vreet. They got Vreet out there. Garrison Matthews. They had a lot of shooters anyway, so I don't think Kennard's really going to change something that they didn't have before. He's just a more established name. The Nikhil move, I mean, they used to have DeAndre Hunter. They don't have him no more. They used to have Karis LeVert. He's gone. So essentially, Nikhil Alexander Walker's just replacing, what they used to have. So, I think this situation where the Hawks got marginally better, but, maybe their young players are going to be the main thing that helps them step up. Yeah, Bojan retired. Congrats to Bogey, man. It's frustrating that the Nets were his final team before he retired. Would have loved him to stay healthy, retire as a Knick. We'll see how that plays out with his retirement. Rockets and Atlanta are winning free agency, Junior. Yeah, they've definitely been the most active. Michael Drake says Taylor Jenkins is getting a second interview. Yep, Johnny with us with the marathon pod. Appreciate it, guys. It's been fun. Enjoying the off season so far. Yeah, summer league, appointing a new coach. A solid young core as well. Let us know how excited you are for the Knicks' upcoming season and future. Have we been in a position where our starting core and our veterans were as strong as they are, and the young core like this together at the same time? Let me know, guys. Have we been in a position since you've been in a fan where the starting five has been this strong, but there's also been young talent on the end of the bench that's also, able to contribute? Tyler Kolek, Dardier, Hakporty might be serious contributors, on a winning team. I mean, we certainly didn't have this in the 90s, man. We weren't playing no young kids in the 90s. We had a couple of nice young up and coming veterans. When Amari came, with Gallinari and Wilson Chandler and that, but they were still, they were veterans at that point. They were younger side, but not kind of rookies either. Dink Pate Hive is alive and well. Yeah, is he a point guard? Is he a 2? Is he a 3? What do you think? I think Dink Pate could be like a D'Angelo Russell, like a larger point guard. But hopefully he develops the shot, and becomes more of a shooting guard. Kind of like Jalen Green. Jalen Green's obviously not a point guard. Dink Pate, I think his ceiling could be as a shooting guard. Dirty thinks he's a 4. You think he could play the 4? Yeah, that could happen as his career develops. Right now, yeah, he doesn't really have a shot, so a jump shot. With our bench, Deuce McBride, Clarkson, Hart is a nice start to the bench with a taxpayer mid-level exception. Yeah, definitely. What do you think? Huck Bordy in the mix? Find another big? I think between Najee or Huck Bordy, one of them could claim the backup center spot. How about we get a decent backup wing on a minimum? What about Yarbel Sele, Gary Trent, Cody Martin? I don't think we need any more undersized guys. Yeah, Diawara's bringing his company to summer league. Look, I think with Diawara, I think there's something there. I think there's something untapped that people haven't really, what people have glossed over a little. I think he's a guy that, will surprise. I think Diawara, the workouts I've heard, his name was buzzing, and I think that film from players that just turned 20, like their game can rapidly rise quickly. Everyone's chopping up film from sort of 9 months ago. Some of the old FIBA games and some of those games in the French league. Don't forget, the guy just turned 20 in March. And so the Knicks got the closest, most recent look at Diawara in these workouts. And if his game, has shades of Pascal Siakam, where he's a late developer, they could see the vision. Good night, Paula. Great to see you with us, and see you on the next one. Abdul says we would have an A+ in free agency if we can come out with Horford, Shamet, and Clarkson. Yep, that would be pretty solid. I think addressing a lot of needs. Maybe one more ball handler, fam. I think Shamet's a given. I think Horford, Clarkson, and one more guy. Try to get Trey Mann. What do y'all think? I think Cody Martin, man, he can be a solid defender. Michael Drake, get him on the buyout, get him on the cheap. I think with Clarkson here now, let's get a guy who can defend a little bit. I think the scoring wise, Pacome Dardier should come into his horizon. I think with Pacome Dardier, I see the vision of a solid two-way player, but I see a guy with significant offensive upside. The jump shot looks pretty. Like, I've watched film recently. Pacome Dardier's jump shot mechanics, I love his jump shot. It's just beautiful, man. Feet together, no hitch, perfect flick of the wrist, effortless. 6'8", 6'9". It's a pretty jump shot. This Pacome Dardier. I see him being a solid 3-point shooter, and a guy that can pull up in the mid range as well. I think if he just continues to work on the two dribble pull up. When y'all are just starting and just trying to, get your offensive game going, just work on the two dribble pull up. The two dribble pull up. I mean, look at Mikal Bridges. He's not no quick step guy. He was able to get two dribble pull up any time he wanted with his long wingspan and fading back. Pacome Dardier should be able to do the same thing with his wingspan and his length at 6'9". Nobody's going to block his shot. He's got a super high release too. He's kind of got a very Deuce McBride type release, above the head. There's no way nobody's blocking that jump shot. So just continue to work on that. He just has to play. Just play heaps of minutes. That's how you develop. Make those mistakes. Just play minutes. What's the latest update? Bill Simmons and the Celtics mob trying to talk themselves into Luka Garza now. Bill says, I've always been a fan. Okay, we have an update from Mike Scotto regarding Al Horford. Let's pull this one up. Looks like Al Horford's still thinking about his options. Um, Al Horford has received interest from several contending teams since the start of free agency, including the Celtics, the Dubs, the New York Knicks, the Denver Nuggets, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Lakers as well. So that's no short list, as Al Horford will have his pick. Talk about guys that need to get on the phone. Y'all saw Trae Young call up Nickeil Alexander-Walker and call up, Luke Kennard. Hey, Karl Anthony Towns, call up your unc. Right. Call up your unc. Your nephew's here waiting. Al Horford, man. One phone call from Karl Anthony Towns. Hey, Dominican connection. Let's get it popping. And hang up on these other guys. You know. you know. He could win it for us. He could win the Al Horford sweepstakes, man. You know. Also, his wife, Miss Puerto Rico, right? What better place to be than New York City? New York Fashion Week, Tribeca film festivals, Met galas. Let's get it. Al Horford and his Miss Puerto Rico, right? And I also think we're a serious chance to get. I think we're a serious chance to get Russell Westbrook. Still, I think that the Russell hype. I think that it's serious mutual interest. I think Russell's got to look at our East. He's got to look at, hey, maybe the Knicks give me a great chance to win that chip compared to out West. Got a lot of businesses in New York City as well. Russell Westbrook likes to spend time in New York City as well in the off season. So yeah, I haven't really seen moves where I'm too upset, missing out on the guy. I think Tyus Jones going to Orlando was a bit frustrating, but we'll see what happens. Plumlee back to the Hornets. That's solid. Yep. Susan says Dardier and his French counterpart are going to be a dangerous threat. I think the new age NBA now with the length and the size, we needed more of that. Very short lineups that the Knicks were playing. We need more deflections, steals, and all of that. When you're playing like Deuce, Hart, Landry, Shamet, Brunson, Campaign. I mean, can we get somebody over 6'4"? And you'll see the amount of steals, deflections, and on defense just go up. With just wingspan. That'll be key. Shout out to Darren as well. Round of applause, keeping us in the loop with everyone in the building. Free agent center Mason Plumlee agreeing on the 1-year deal to return to Charlotte. Yeah. That was much needed for Charlotte because, they've traded Mark Williams now. There's talk that DeAndre Ayton might even look at that situation, but they're not contending. So we'll see how it plays out. So yeah, we're waiting for some guys to slip through the cracks. Clarkson, Al Horford, bring back Landry Shamet, and that will be decent. That would definitely be decent with Al Horford and Clarkson added to the bench with Landry returning. Maybe you can add a Mook Morris, Cody Martin, Chuma Okeke. I saw you is still out there. Chuma Okeke is a guy that got declined and let go by Cleveland or Philly or Cleveland. Simon, what's Kevin McCullough's position? I think he's a positionless defender. He can guard 1 through 4. Offensively, I think he'll be more of a he could play two and three, 2 and 3 offensively, probably even four a little bit offensively because he can post up. He's got a solid frame, good wingspan. Um, I think he can play a little bit of four, but I think on offense he's more of a three until the stroke comes along. He's better in the corners. He's a decent corner catch and shoot. So I would say he's better at the three as a combo wing. Can handle the ball though, which is a big skill. He can handle the ball in transition. Um, Sincere says we don't need to make many moves yet. Plenty of players available. Yeah, the money will dry up, but the fact that we've got Clarkson basically all but wrapped up, that addresses a bench piece with scoring. And I'd prefer him over Tyus Jones anyway. You know, he's got more size and is more of a bucket. Paul says I'd rather Westbrook over Shamet. I think Shamet you just bring back because you can. You know, it's a vet minimum guy, and even if he doesn't play, you know, there's worse players to have as an insurance, especially over campaign. But what I'm interested to see is in summer league, you know, there's opportunities for some of the sophomores coming in. You know, Kolek, McCullough, and Dardier. I already feel like Hukporty's gonna get opportunities and spot minutes and backup minutes, but with Kolek, Dardier, and McCullough, things are up for grabs. They could really, you know, take some minutes from Shamet. You know, you want to prioritize some of these guys because eventually, you know, you're going to hit the second apron. And why are you drafting all these players just to do nothing, sit on the bench and, you know, and collect the check? At some point, you drafted them based on basketball skill. At some point, one of their skill sets is going to shine and come through. You know, at some point, and look, they come through good pedigree. You know what? Kolek was Big East Player of the Season, one of the best playmakers in college. Kevin McCullough was the best player on the #1 ranked team, Kansas. You know, at some point their pedigree is going to come out. You know, when you're playing with winning players as well. With the G League, I take that with a grain of salt because they're playing with a lot of quote unquote, you know, raw players, you know, losing players in the G League. If you put McCullough, Dardier, and Kolek next to NBA veterans, it changes things because, you know, suddenly they're playing alongside NBA quality defenders and they're playing against more stronger athletic guys. That can help their game as well. Two for the price of one. Yeah, I do think Clarkson and we'll have room for another guy, you know, another couple of veterans. Whether it's Gary Trent, you know, on the exception, Clarkson might take the minimum, or Clarkson might take the exception. I think someone will come here to ring chase. You know, I mean, let's face it, these veterans, they don't want to go to a losing team. Every year there's a veteran that's kind of like squeezed out of the league, and they'll have a choice to make. Do I go sign with a minimum with the New York Knicks, or do I, you know, go to you know, the New Orleans Pelicans or something, you know? So I think we will get some quality vets. Torian Prince. Yeah, Chilwell. Clarkson is the best off the bench in any player that was available. Pretty much close enough. I mean, Luke Kennard, all of those other guys were earning bigger money. So yeah, we come through with the buyout. Maybe Cody Martin is a guy we should pick up too. Cody Martin's going to get bought out as well. Young and Beats says Clarkson's a great piece off our bench. Paul M says whoever can mesh with Cat and Brunson. Moses Brown, I think the 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 chapter might be over for Moses Brown in New York. We've loaded up with some other young bigs. We've brought him up twice and then let him go. I think Moses Brown will stick somewhere though. He had a big productive stretch with Dallas, but right now we're bringing Huck Porty back for $2 million. If Mitch was to get traded, I could see us taking a look at Moses Brown again. But James Naji's here as well. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. We'll see. Michael Drake says McCullough is Josh Hart 2.0. Tibbs didn't play the kids. Yep. I think with more opportunities, they can show what they can do. But yeah, with regards to Clarkson, man, Rich Paul client coming over to the Knicks, right? As the Knicks have Jordan Clarkson in their sights, and he wants us. That's important to me, guys. I don't want players that just, um, use us against other teams as leverage and plays us against other teams. Nah, this guy wants us, and we he's going to help. Bring him in. Let's see what happens with Al Horford. Yabusele too. The money might dry up, and we can get Yabusele for the $5 million exception. I think that would be solid. Not gonna lie, I thought Jake LaRavia wouldn't go for that much. So some of these guys took some money that I didn't expect. Susan says Summer League with the Knicks is going to be very competitive. With Tibbs gone, that's the reason why Leon Rose is getting them. New coach will be playing more and stepping up their games. Young and Beat says top 7 in scoring off the bench in NBA history. Yeah, he's a bucket and he's comfortable. And yeah, we got our 6-man scorer at the Garden, man. It's going to be insane. Going crazy. Also, there's going to be some beef, right? Jordan Clarkson, he likes to get into some beef. He's going to be beefing with Trae Young and ATL. He's going to be beefing with those wings out in Indiana, right? He's going to be beefing with Boston. We did need maybe one or two guys that are a little bit crazy. I think everyone else is cool in the locker room. Hopefully, you need that. You need 51% cool, 49% crazy. We needed a little bit of crazy, I think. Do you guys think we bring back campaign? I know a lot of people haven't. Suggested that could happen, but with Mikal Bridges here, we might bring back campaign. Nothing would shock me. Okay, we have a deal, upcoming deal coming in Milwaukee. Holding on to one of their own, man. Bucks officials negotiated the deal with Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul. Sham says Prince agreed on a 2-year, $7 million deal to return to Milwaukee, right? So there we go. Giannis is sitting here at home, man, watching us saying, yeah, that's it, man. Taurean Prince, we here. Right now, look, the Bucks, they had to do the bare minimum and bring back Taurean Prince. But I think Gary Trent's going to be gone. KPJ, they're keeping. Brook Lopez, they've lost. And Bobby Portis, they've kept on an overpay. So, Taurean Prince, man, the East is shaking in their boots. What do y'all think? No Pain says chill. Youngman says campaign can walk. Paul says drop campaign. Yeah. I only think it's a chance because Mikal's here and Cam liked it in New York, but It's a squeeze. It's a tight squeeze now. John, I like this Cole Anthony situation on a buyout, but does he go somewhere where he can get more minutes? Like Indiana don't have a point guard for the season. Um, he could go to Detroit. He could go to even Golden State. I feel like if they're going to lose Gary Payton, yeah, everyone's going to be interested in Cole Anthony on a buyout. He's a guy that's not even in his prime yet, and yet he's not a perfect player. He's got flaws, but you don't get talents like that on a buyout very often, man. He's like a $10 million player, 10, $15 million player. Just coming into his prime. To have your pick of players, have your pick of teams. That's good for Cole Anthony. Um, more player empowerment. Yeah, think about Clarkson, how hype he's going to be, man. He's trading Salt Lake City for New York City with the stage, the spotlight, also going from a losing team to a contending team, and also a Filipino community as well. A major Filipino community as well, man. That's like hitting the jackpot. If you're Jordan Clarkson, man, going from Utah and losing as well. So yeah, we're 6 wins away from the NBA championship, y'all, and we're making some moves around the margins to get better. I don't know if there's going to be a blockbuster shake-up. I think it's all tied into the Mitchell Robinson and Mikal Bridges extensions to see if they can come to an agreement. Outside of that, man, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, I think we're here, man. They're strapped in. They're strapped in. I was very skeptical on a Mikal Bridges trade as well because you just traded 5 first-round picks. If you're to trade him after 1 year, it better be for a holy upgrade. Otherwise, you risk, making things look even worse. The best thing that can happen is Mikal Bridges comes back and looks better under a new coach, and then everyone can take a deep breath. If you traded Mikal Bridges for something, for depth pieces on the margins, it could look catastrophic. That's what you can get. That's what can get you fired. So I think they'll have patience with Mikal coming back. Okay, big up, ladies and gentlemen. We here. Good update for y'all coming through, hot off the press. Right, lock in right now. Assuming he clears waivers and the deal gets finalized, the New York Knicks will be getting Jordan Clarkson for the vet's minimum, a source told the New York Post. Ladies and gentlemen, so here we go. I don't see anyone can hate on this deal. Jordan Clarkson on a buyout for a vet's minimum. Shout out. Shout out for that. Now we still got that little silver bullet up our sleeve. The 5 milli. We got the 5 milli. We can still add a piece, fam. Al Horford, what's happening? Yep, definitely facts. Stars. So yeah, he's going to clear waivers in the next 24 hours, I would say. You got to wait 48 hours, they say, but we're a little behind. So basically, I think by day 3, today's day 1 of free agency. I think by the end of day 2, start of day 3, we will have the deal confirmed, fam. Jordan Clarkson is coming to mix it up right now. Vet's minimum deal, man. What an upgrade. Cameron Payne. Let's never speak about campaign again for a vet's minimum deal. When you're getting a 16 points per game scorer on 36% from downtown as well. So, yep. A lot of people hype. Let's go. Jordan Clarkson, man. Going to look up some highlights later tonight. Um, you know, JC Bucket. You got KFC Bucket. What about JC Bucket? Let's go. New York Knicks. Solid pickup. But finally our market current situation. City, obviously, shout out to the fans. You guys, made the Garden electric. I mean, even LeBron James was talking about us making the finals. In that video, everyone saw the Knicks, have success and get busy. We don't have a lot of cap space, but that doesn't mean that players don't want to come here. Aura is back at the Garden, fam. Now, can we get Al Horford? Not only would we make Boston weaker, we'll be stronger. Clarkson MSG Slam, I like that. Paul says Clarkson's averages are decent. Yep. Maybe we get another buyout guy. Yeah, the Knicks have been wanting Clarkson for a while. Chill. He's also had interest in the Knicks in a while as well. And so, yeah, not surprised. Available minutes. I mean, man, you see our bench. I mean, Tony Bradley's getting minutes for Indiana, and Tibbs is playing DeLon Wright. Jordan Clarkson was watching at home thinking, you know what? If I can just get a buyout, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. Now, Cole Anthony talent would be good on the cheap. How would he fit? How would Jordan Clarkson fit? Now we got a deal to announce as well from another team. Let's load this up. What's this deal, fam? CP3. The LA Clippers are emerging as front runners. Okay. Yeah, that's the place that I guessed. I guessed he was going to go to the Clippers because, run it back. He's had familiarity. Steve Ballmer and that. Take care of his family. And I also think that Chris Paul loves it in LA. With the weather out there as well. Miles Turner is way out of our price range right now. I'd settle for Al Horford. Who else can we get out of some of these bigs as well? Yabusele. Let me load up the big situation. Capella's gone. Here we go. Hey, Amir Coffee. If let's say the money dries up and we have one more veteran minimum to go, we could look at Amir Coffee, Jabari Walker, Torrey Craig as well. Torian Prince is gone. Chris Boucher, that would be solid. Yeah, all the centers are basically gone now. Brook, Aldama, Horford, Capella. The only guy available is Horford. Horford, Yabusele, maybe, I don't know, it can be a small ball 5. Yeah, Chris Boucher. What do y'all think about that? Yeah, Ayton on a buyout. Would definitely not get rid of Mitch. Susan says Al Horford's too old. He would play a limited role, but I mean, very productive still. It's not the same Al Horford, but he's still productive. Worst thing, he can be a mannequin and just stand in the corner, and he's a good 3-point shooter. That's very valuable, and he can still rim protect. You can still block some shots a little bit and space the floor out. Yeah, you could be 40 years old, man. There's still value in that. There's still value in that. We don't have a stretch 5 outside of Cat. Nah, man, Sims time was up. I feel Sims time was up. We got Huckamania ready to take over. Trey Mann, says Michael. Yeah, Amir Coffey's a little streaky, so let's see how that plays out. Look, that was an overpay for Capella, I think. Capella, Brook Lopez, a lot of these teams overpaying, guys. As we got the news just earlier that Mike Brown is the name rising, and that they're trying to confirm the head coach before Summer League, which is in 10 days. So I think in the next week we'll be locking it in, fam. So I do think it's probably going to be Mike Brown at this point. Yeah, like I told y'all, don't stress about Clarkson, because when you're getting a buyout, Utah's still paying him. He doesn't need anything more than the vet's minimum. Take the vet's minimum, and we can use the 5.7 on someone else, man. That's how you stick it to these rivals, man. They're going to be looking at it like, man, the Knicks getting Clarkson on a minimum. These guys, these fools are paying Luke Kennard 10 million. These teams overpaying dudes. We're just sitting here saying, come to us, come to us. Yep. Yep. Rival fans blowing their top right now, man. Knicks are getting Jordan Clarkson for a vet minimum. We got Nuggets fans flipping out. Miami Heat fans saying vet minimum is a steal. Yep. You already know it. Thank you, Utah Jazz. Thankfully, Danny Ainge doing us a favor, finally. Buying out Jordan Clarkson right now. Great, opportunistic. I think opportunistic signing. Just being patient, but maybe they would have heard about this for a minute. Yes, sir. We got confirmation now, baby. Here we go. Chris Haynes coming through with the heat right now. Chris Haynes making it official. So maybe let's wrap this up in a minute. But we can confirm now. Breaking news. Reporting Chris Haynes, free agent guard Jordan Clarkson intends to sign with the New York Knicks upon clearing waivers. League sources speak. So all but done. Signed, sealed, delivered. Jordan Clarkson to the New York Knicks upon clearing waivers on a vet's minimum deal. Let's go. Let's go. Larry Nance. Man, I would love Larry Nance. Let's get Jabari Walker. I think he would be a solid ad. Paul says Al Horford and Cat, two Dominicanos lit in New York City. I think don't forget about also what's his name? What's the other one we could get? The sharpshooter that was drafted, man. Chris Duarte. Maybe we bring in Chris Duarte, Paul, and make it 3 Dominicans playing for the Knicks. I know he's on the Knicks radar. He might even be with CAA. Also, what I want to say is Portland, man. Look out for a Duop Wreath, man. I might blow my top if the Knicks can get Duop Wreath. No homo. Pause. But Duop Wreath, stretch 5 would give us more center depth. Can play the power forward and the 5 on a cheaper contract. Look out for Duop Wreath. That would be a solid deal. Denzo says amazing value. Yep. Chill says Mike Brown is up temp. That would be great for the Knicks, but I would love Mark Jackson to be that coach. The Garden would be on fire. Yeah, it's interesting that Mark Jackson's just not getting interviews at all. maybe his time's past getting back into the league. It's going to be tricky. Capo says Clarkson's a good pickup. Yep, most definitely right now. I'm just looking at some comments. Supposed to be a Laker. Laker fans salty right now. Nice get for the Knicks. Westbrook's next. Some people are hoping. Vet min guy. Yep. We got the communities out here. Filipino community in New York City. The Dominicans as well. It's going to get the signings over the line for us. 33 years old, just turned 33, Jordan Clarkson. So he's not. Yep. As Shams has also confirmed it now too. Shams is confirming. Basically, we got our deal, fam. We got our signing. Bucket getter off the bench, but can also slot in with some of the starters. Defense leaves some to be desired, but it'll take, especially at a vet minimum deal, we'll take it. Let's go. Jordan Clarkson expected to sign with the New York Knicks after clearing free agency. Let's go. Yep, he's been repping. He's been repping heavy in the past. Let's bring this bad boy up. New York Basketball has it right here, man. He's already ready to go, man. He's already on the way to the Garden right now, to Tarrytown, on Dolan's private jet. Right now, let's go. Dolan's private jet, stopping over in Utah. He might be picking up Walker Kessler as well. Also, confirmation from Shams for y'all. Got the 00, man. Maybe Westbrook wants that. Jordan Clarkson signing with the Knicks after free agency free agency waivers are cleared right now. So that's one need. That's one tick. Okay, most of y'all agreed. Most of us wanted the Knicks to get some scoring, shot creation, and some handling ability. Right? Let's look at some lineups, man. We could have Tyler Kolek, Deuce McBride, Clarkson, and Hart. Could go ultra small. We could go ultra small. Clarkson can fit in a little bit more with the starters as well. Let's say you want to have Hart off the bench. Clarkson could start some games as well. Not that I think he will, but he could close some lineups as well. Yeah, most definitely, man. For no money available. I mean, this is probably one of the best possible outcomes without spending or trading any major pieces. Too. Like I said, yeah, when we broke up the core at the start of last season and it was training camp and Leon didn't have enough time to, to bolster the bench. Ideally, I would have loved this at the trade deadline, but it was going to take 12 months, as, Brian Windhorst and many others spoke about. You need another transaction cycle to add more depth, and now we're a good team on the cusp of a championship. These veterans and players want to come and they want to compete, right? They're going to come. Next up could be Russell Westbrook, Al Horford. Trade deadline could be someone else on a buyout. Next offseason could be a bigger name. That's one of the perks of being good, I guess. You might be in a tough situation with the salary cap, but when did that ever hurt the Lakers, and LeBron or Cleveland? Remember when LeBron was in Cleveland, they used to get J.R. Smith and Iman Shumpert as buyout guys. Now it's just our time to come in and add some more talent. So, yep, happy with the move. Solid day one, I guess. So, well, we have Ian Begley confirming right now. In case it wasn't clear, Jordan Clarkson having the Knicks at the top of his list also means intends to sign with them. Yep. So now that he's had all that other confirmation come out, we're ready to go. Fine with it on the vet minimum, definitely. Maybe it would have felt a little bit different if he had taken the full exception, but as a vet minimum guy, great. Is a legit volume on the drive, decent passing as well. Only shot 40% from 2, but 36% from 3 as well. Streaky from 3, but can get up volume as well. So we have an update as well. Trendon Watford is headed to Philly on a 2-year, $5 million deal, which basically means that Gershon Yabusele, I think, is going to be gone. I think Gershon Yabusele is looking to be out of there. So I would spend the exception on him if I could. What do y'all think about that? A nice front court addition. Right, so Trendon Watford headed to Philly. It basically hints that Gershon Yabusele is going to be going elsewhere. Here we have another nice Photoshop of our newest player, a newest signing right now. Chill Will says Jordan Clarkson is orange and blue already. Let's go. Dink Pate is on the floor right now. Yep. Al Horford next. Shokan, hopefully. I know Kat's putting in that work right now. Kento, great to see you here. Represent the Filipino community in the Knicks uniform as well. I know you'd be hype as well. Fill us in. I know he's the pride of the Philippines as well in FIBA international basketball. I like his aggression. Johnny says, does Clarkson distribute the ball? Yeah, he does. He's a solid passer and spot up threes, off the bounce. I think him next to Deuce McBride, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Entry says Jordan just needs to be a bucket when we need it. That's it. Definitely. He could play next to Kolek that could distribute Deuce McBride as well. Clarkson and Josh Hart getting downhill. Our transition offense will improve as well, guys. As well as our 3-point percentages, our 3-point attempts are going to go up. But it's going to give us lineup versatility as well. Maybe McCall can play more with the bench, and we could focus. He could be a focal point. Clarkson next to McCall and Brunson would be a spicy lineup as well for some more spacing. Yeah, Kento confirms it right now. Philippines will be Knicks fans. Yep. And if Mike Brown becomes our head coach, he should bring the Warriors Spurs offense, keep the ball moving. Some more off-ball movement. Yeah, I think it'll happen with more shooting too. I mean, if we can get Al Horford, there's no reason we shouldn't be playing 5-out lineups with Karl Anthony Towns play the 4. Horford can play the 4 as well. More options, more shooting. Also, Gershon Yabusele can space it out as well. Sincere salute says Bowl. Yeah, Bowl's available as well. So yeah, we here right now. Alan Hahn says it's not always pretty, but this is a bona fide scorer off the bench and player who can create his own shot, and the roster needs it. So yep, shout out to. Also, Josh Hart, Jordan Clarkson. were former teammates on the LA Lakers. Let's not forget that, man. Josh Hart spoken, man. He's hype. On Instagram, Josh Hart says, my boy. Jordan Clarkson, fire emoji, man. What could have been if we got Lonzo Ball, man? Imagine that. That would have been a reunion. We'd have had the Villanova core, and we would have had the baby Lakers as well, man. That'd have been crazy, even if we had Julius Randle still here. Clarkson, Ball, Josh Hart. I remember that draft, man, like it was yesterday. With D'Angelo Russell coming out as well. So yeah, Kento says to David, yeah, if Brown becomes the next head coach, there will be less isolation. Transition offense too is key. You know, we are a little too slow. We need more. And our roster had limitations. We didn't have as many creators off the dribble. That's one of the reasons Brunson playing slow, Thibodeau's isolation offense, and take care of the basketball. But sometimes when there's an opening, you need to seize it. Look at Indiana. They pass the ball in immediately and they're already bang. They're out in transition. You need the ball handlers to do that. You need the personnel. You know, Mikal Bridges, his dribble's a little shaky. You know, got stripped a few times. Hart's a little erratic as well. With more ball handling coming in, and like a Jordan Clarkson, we can play at a faster speed. Definitely. Yeah. Hearts are hyped for that situation. Filipino community across the tri-state is buzzing right now as well. Jeff Johnson says driving, shot creation, and passing were three needs. The Knicks needed improvement. They basically get Pokemon Final Evolution campaign here. I like that. I like that, Jeff. So Yossi Goslin's confirming with Clarkson's value at the minimum, I assume his 3.6 million salary is how much he gave back in his buyout with the Jazz. So the Knicks can still use the full 5.7 million taxpayer bid level under the second apron. And he's breaking it down for the Knicks right now. So, yep. Everyone's on board with this move. Jeff Goodman says the Knicks have a bench. Now they just need a coach. Yep. So, yeah, we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone high on this one. We capped out. Now we're adding some depth. Much needed, fam. So we mentioned the Miami Heat being quiet. Looks like they're positioning themselves for a potential Giannis move. Now we got a super chat from Yuri Ark. Says, Jordan, you are a New York Knick bucket getter. Let's go. Let's go, man. The garden's full of aura right now, man. The vibes have just gone up. I feel as well, man. He's a warrior, is Jordan Clarkson. Carries his nation in the FIBA tournaments as well, man. Can carry a team, can score, obviously. With that note, man, familiar faces, Josh Hart getting his boy back as well. Paul M says New York City doesn't need the Ball family around. Kento says, yeah, I'm right, just need to play fast. Billy Goat, we picked up Jordan Clarkson on the vets minimum. How good is that? Let that sink in. Shokan, CT, what do you think about Chris Boucher for the vet minimum if we can't get Al Horford? Definitely would be worth it. Length, versatility, shot blocking. I like Chris Boucher. I think that would be a really good pickup. We're slowly getting more versatile, especially with some of the draft picks we picked up. You know, too. So yeah, we here, ladies and gentlemen. Even some Celtics haters Knicks Celtics haters are applauding the pickup and bolstering our bench right now. Some rival fans going into meltdown too. Yeah, there were a lot of moves today, but in terms of value, I mean, this has to be up there right at the top in terms of just getting a solid veteran on a minimum. You know, just on value. You know, Clarkson's not the best player, but on the value pickup, it doesn't get any better than that, man. Now I want to see what happens with Cole Anthony. One of the reasons you try to pick up this talent, they're actual assets at the trade deadline. They're assets that you didn't have, man, at the trade deadline. So if a guy like a Cole Anthony is available on a buyout, maybe you look at that. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see. We're going to find out how serious Al Horford is about the money because, you know, Golden State's going all out, full court press on Al Horford. And so are some other teams as well. We can't offer him maybe as much as some other teams, but, you know, we can offer him some minutes too. But we could probably spend that in other areas too and strengthen some more perimeter play. Right, let's look at the free agents still out here. So Luke Kennard's gone. Gary Trent. Does picking up Jordan Clarkson now make the Gary Trent move more redundant? What do y'all think? Yeah, Clarkson's definitely going to square up, man. He's going to square up on a few guys. Maybe TJ McConnell. Yeah, McBride, Clarkson, Hart, Dink Pate, and Huck Porty off the bench. Don't forget, yeah, one of the starters can play with the bench too. Pacome Dardier, Kevin McCullough as well. Definitely strengthened a lot. If you pick up one guy that can eat 15 to 20 to 25 minutes instantly, then that saves you some minutes from another guy. So automatically, McHale's Bridges minutes can go down a little. Hart's minutes can go down. You know, and so yeah, guys could be more fresh as well. And if there's an injury or a second night of a back-to-back, and you need to sit Brunson out, you can still win the game. You've got, you know, you elevate Deuce to the starting lineup, and Jordan Clarkson just steps up and takes over off the bench. So yeah, you know, adding more versatility. Yeah, in terms of McCullough and Dardier, it might stymie their growth a little bit. I think anytime they're not in the main rotation, they should be playing minutes in the G League. But we'll see. You know, we're trying to go for it. Look at the playoffs. You know, we're one piece away. Right? If we had a Jordan Clarkson off the bench against Indiana, you know, I don't think it's a stretch to say that we'd be playing it. We would have been playing in the NBA Finals. You know, one major player like that could have been the difference against Indiana. You know, that's how close we are. You know, right now, it could make some other guys more expendable. Let's not forget about that either. So yeah, he will sign with the Knicks as the minimum after clearing waivers to provide shot creation off the bench for a team that needed some more juice at times. Yep, let's go. Yep, everyone's high on the move for the vet minimum. Now we have some updates on Gershon Yabusele, and it looks like confirmation has come through that Gershon Yabusele will be leaving Philadelphia. According to Tony Jones at The Athletic, it appears that Gershon Yabusele will not return to Philly. So I'm not surprised. He's done with losing. He doesn't want any part of Philly right now, does Gershwan Yabusele. And where's he going to end up? The Knicks still have the 5.7 million. I think he'd be a quality addition, man. Our bench scoring would have gone from a 4 out of 10 to a 7 or 8 out of 10. If you can add Jordan Clarkson and Yabusele, you got bench scoring that goes up a couple of notches. Yeah, I do believe the hype about Dink Pate should be legit. I mean, he's not just a guy we're hyping up. He was a guy with, he is a guy with a skill set that seriously has lottery talent. 12 months ago, he was touted as a lottery pick in last year's draft, but he got shafted because the G League Ignite collapsed, and the NCAA, he was ineligible to qualify for the draft, and was stranded, and then he had to find a team in the G League. He's still very young, just turned 19 as well. Just turned 19 in April. He's got a lot of skills, can get downhill. He's got a game that needs developing, but the potential is there, right? He'll be an NBA player. Will Dink Pate. The floor could be like a career like a Dennis Smith Jr. Maybe he bounces around a few teams, but he'll be in the league. His ceiling could be, someone like Jalen Green, D'Angelo Russell. He could definitely get to that kind of level with his skill set. Yeah, a two-way power forward would be solid, Billy, except we can, maybe get one in Yabusele, Al Horford. Duop Reith is a name that I like. Chris Boucher is a little bit more of a raw prospect. Yeah, there's some names out there. Arguably the best thing about this Jordan Clarkson deal is it allows us to keep our number one ticket to upgrade the squad, which is the $5.7 million exception. So we could add someone even better than Jordan Clarkson still. We get a guy who averages 16 points a game. Man, that's starting production off the bench. And let's bring this up, fam, right now. Some great numbers to pull up. So, courtesy of StatMuse, the most points off the bench since 2020. Jordan Clarkson, man, with almost 1,000 more points in number one spot, coming in at 4,500 points, ahead of Malik Monk and Bobby Portis. New York's got a new sixth man right now, man. That's big time. No trade for Clarkson, just a free agent signing, man, on a buyout. Just a free signing. No players going out, fam. It doesn't get any better than that, man. This is definitely one of the best, buyouts for a minute. Man, let me pull up this mixtape right now as well. Man, he's already a New York Knick, man, squaring up with Ron Holland, man. Check this out. Y'all remember this, man? He was squaring up to Ron Holland. Now, we don't need no ejections, man, but he's definitely going to bring something. He's going to bring some moxie to the New York Knicks, man. Going to be lighting some teams up off the bench. The number one bench scorer left in the NBA right now. Stepping up to Ron Holland, man. We already got Brunson and Halliburton in the WWE. This guy's coming from the UFC. Jordan Clarkson, man, bare knuckle right now. All we have to do is sign Mook Morris to a vet minimum, man, and we've got our two goons. You know, we've got a couple of goons off the bench if we bring in Mook Morris, man. Mook Morris, DeMarcus Cousins, and Jordan Clarkson, man. No one will be messing with Celebrity Row anymore, man. Even James Johnson of Indiana will be scared. He'll be sitting there scared. Man, so Ty Jerome officially got less than Sam Merrill. So Jordan Clarkson's going to be, Ty Jerome's going to be earning less than Sam Merrill. Kento says, yeah, he's got some Pacquiao highlights in him. Definitely. Definitely. Chill Will says, no one is better off the bench than Jordan Clarkson. Yep. Chance, no, I appreciate what you're saying, but yeah, it's been confirmed. He's not going to sign for the exception. It's for the veterans minimum. It's been confirmed already. Because the advantage when you got bought out on a good contract is that contract you're still gonna earn that money. So he's not chasing that extra bag right now. He's not chasing that extra bag. Mr. Square Up in Times Square. Yeah, you said it. Yeah, in terms of Malcolm Brogdon, so we heard tonight the Washington Wizards are open to facilitating a sign and trade for Malcolm Brogdon. Shokan. So yeah, look out for that. Look out for that. Just for an example, I haven't matched the numbers, but we could re-sign PJ Tucker to a deal, a non-guaranteed deal, send him to the Wizards and with a second round pick or something, or a couple of seconds, and we could get Malcolm Brogdon back in a sign and trade. You know, if the salaries match. But I don't know what he's earning right now. But yeah, the Washington Wizards are open to sending Brogdon out. So yeah, that'll be lit. But it will get a little crowded in the backcourt, you know, with Clarkson, Deuce McBride, and them. You know, does Deuce McBride become expendable later in the season for another asset? We are going to have to extend Deuce at some point coming up too. But man, we're definitely getting some spicy matchups right now. So a lot more heat's coming through about the LeBron James situation. And yeah, the Knicks have got their dog right now. So if LeBron is not going to end up on the Knicks, let's see where he ends up right now. I got to think he goes out east. Yeah, Clarkson's deal's on Bleacher Report now, man. It's official. Whichever platform you rock with, it's official now. Jordan Clarkson's here. He's coming at the minimum, and he's already on his way. I think this is an older photo, but where is it at? He's already on the private jet, rocking some orange and blue, ready to bring his game to the Mecca. Yeah, you know, LeBron opted in so that he can get his money, but he's going to force a trade. He's going to force a trade, or he'll get a buyout. You know, the report is coming out that he's gonna finish up with LA. So that's just a matter of time right now. A lot of people are hooking up Utah Jazz highlights too. We've got the Jordan Clarkson pickup, and a solid ad, ladies and gentlemen, man. I think that'll be our activity for tonight, guys. It's been a great stream. Been rocking since the start of free agency, 6 p.m. Eastern. Smash that like button if you're in the building. Replay squad, salute as well, man. Great to have you with us. We actually got something out of this, which is to chop it up, but the Knicks have a new six-man. Jordan Clarkson, man, 33, still in a solid age. Very productive season offensively. And for a steal, this is a steal as a vet minimum guy. So good start to free agency. It's exactly what we needed. Adding more depth to the squad. Players that are big time performers in heavier minutes, can produce as well off the bench. Some of the best to do it off the bench, man. Jordan Clarkson will go down as one of the best off the bench players in NBA history, man. He might finish up his career with the New York Knicks. We'll see what this means, man. What is day 2 gonna hold? We'll be back to chop it up again tomorrow night for day 2 of free agency. Everybody keep it locked in. You got the streets buzzing. And Jordan Clarkson, man, is going to be hooping at MSG next season. Josh Hart is excited to have him in the building. Gary Trent, no news yet. No news on Gary Trent. We're waiting to find out Gershon Yabusele as well. Yeah, we got a bucket getter off the bench, so great pickup. And we'll see what comes next. Everyone, salute to Lou, Johnny in the house, Chosen and loving it. Let's go. And yeah, we'll break down more highlights tomorrow of Jordan Clarkson's season with the Utah Jazz, but a steal for a vet minimum. Quite frankly, I'm surprised because I didn't anticipate this coming in. I didn't expect, a Jordan Clarkson to be bought out. I thought, yeah, could we get in on a trade? But not a buyout. So I'm still in a bit of shock about that, man. But our bench just got a lot stronger now. And look, everyone else is trying to arm up, and we just got another shot in the arm right now and stepping up to get better in the East. East is wide open next season, man. Leon got to go for it. Lock in that coach in the next few days, and then we can have ourselves a summer league party and look at what's coming up. Everyone, peace. Have a great night, and I'll see you on the next one.